Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a kufu feet. I'm like Norma, the agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sinetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the jewels, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scope in the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Medu, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Mic check. What up with it? About to get this poppin'. You know what I'm saying? I'm just chilling this morning trying to get my content up. Alright, there we go. Cool. Little tune I made the other morning, just woke up. It's just an exercise for me. Let me get my camera game right. It's just an exercise, you know. I woke up and felt like freestyling. So sometimes I come hop on the mic, sit right here and be like, I rap into the mic until it don't sound good. Then I come back and put in a new take. But today I want to talk about a few things, you know what I'm saying, that's fresh on my mind. And really just get it off, man. NeterTV need to really be like URL, man. Like you can't, I don't know how it is that when we start to watching YouTube content and then when certain scandals of the type go down, you associate the people on the show with the host of the show. I mean, you know, we know relationships and what have you and all of the other nuances, but what I'm just saying, like, if you ever experienced the URL or, you know what I'm saying, I know you know what's up with the battle rap scene on URL with Smack TV. Somebody get hit on Smack TV, violated for doing something. Everybody don't blame Smack, so to speak. But if somebody from the House of Consciousness start, you know what I'm saying, get caught up, whatever, it always fall back on the host of the show, and I don't really think that's right. I think that's kind of pseudo. But really, I just woke up this morning. That was one little issue that popped up on my head, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I see somebody in the chat say, you see I be fucking with the cryptos. Man, we need to make a reparations coin. I seen how you said our people need them for reparations, but we could actually get on the backside of crypto and start setting up our own little things to where people can invest in and do whatever. But that ain't really my topic today. I was kind of like, I started a study this morning to freshen up on my Medu Netter because I ain't been really, you know what I'm saying, studying my Medu Netcher like I should have. And so, yeah, that's actually a good idea, right? But anyway, I guess it arrives out of a conversation in between some people just talking about, you know, the Black Egypt conversation keep recurring and it's coming up again. And I felt like it's a good time for me to freshen up on my Medu Netcher and get back at, you know, just some of the studies. And so I probably won't be on long. I'm just trying to put up videos so I can have more and more content, probably be 30-minute to an hour-long video. So I won't be able to tackle this whole stela or whatever. But I also don't want to come at it from too much of a scholastic position. I just want to show some easy things that you learn once you start reading Medu Netcher or what have you that'll help you, you know, get along. Some of the simple things that a first person who teaching you will tell you as we go through this stela that was left at Tombos. And so I want to get into it a little bit so that people can see really what's up with this, because Tombos ain't really an area in Egypt at all. Actually, it's kind of far into the Sudan, sort of close to Kerma, you know, the capital of Kush. And Tutmos II left this stela there as he started getting, you know, pushing his way deeper into the kingdom of Kush at that time to basically say, look, and he wasn't even talking to Kushites on the stela. He didn't say Kushites. He said Nubians. And so, you know, he was talking to the people of Ta-Nehisi, which are found as the areas of Nubia. But I got a few materials open, and I'm going to be able to share these materials for anybody interested, you know what I'm saying? So let's get it in. Let's see. So right now we're just looking at a facsimile of the stela, the Tombo stela by Lepsis or whatever. This is his facsimile. But you also should see in the upper right hand corner Mark Vigas's dictionary, his ancient Egyptian dictionary, and that dictionary allows us to verify and vet some of these terms that we about to see as we attempt to do an elementary reading of the glyphs. We're not about to try to go all in. And even me, I know how to read this, but I don't want to mislead people like doing an ancient reading like this is something like you do if you was reading English. And so it's just not. Anyone who reads glyph like that probably just got the text memorized and they acting like, you know what I'm saying, they reading it. But what we see here again is from Tombos. And if you notice anything, like I said, will come from an elementary perspective. The first thing you're going to notice is I'm reading from left to right here because all of the animals and all of the humans, everything is looking towards the left. So that's going to show you where you start. On a type of stela like this, reading a stela like this ain't as hard as reading some other texts because, in a sense, they all start the same. You feel me? Excuse me. They all start by giving out props to the king, whoever's stela this is. And so, again, we're going to just, you know, start right here. First thing we see, if y'all can see my mouse, cool. First thing we see on the first register It's telling us what year it is, basically. And I think that's a term I got in my dictionary already. As you see, Rempet Sep says never, but Rempet is actually also a year. And so you see these glyphs in the dictionary right here. The second glyph is a T. The half loaf of bread that you see is like a T, but this is like Rempet for the year. So you can corroborate that when you see that on this, when you see it on the stela over here, you know, it say Rempet is talking about the rear year. Now it says Rempet Sep or Hot Sep. I would say Hot Sep if you look at the dictionary because they're talking about the regional year. But whatever, I'm just breaking it down. So we see they talking about in what year? They're going to say in year 2 of, so I bet, so this is like the second month. All right, and I bet, let me put that in here. A, B, D, to make sure we right. Or what this is, see what this is. You see, sir, all right, we'll see, I would have to find that. But basically talking about the second year, the second month of Aku, which is the, or Akit, which is the season of the inundation. If y'all can see every time, when I click out, you can't see my mouse. But it's Akit, the second year of the second month of the inundation, or the second season of the inundation. And then we see basically like a sun indicating that and some numbers. This big upside down U represents 10. And then we see 5 after that, so it's 15. So it's on the 15th day. Ra 15 or Soup 15, which is like the 15th day. You feel me? And I wish I could see. Let me go see. I mean, I ain't nothing to see. This is going to be a video that serves people later. I don't think that, you know, whatever. So core. And core, what's up, Marlon? Core is like, I just need to check to see if y'all can see my mouse. That's what I got to do. Hold on. Because if y'all can't see my mouse, then it's hard. All right, see, when I click on it, you can see my mouse, so I got to keep that in mind. Now we're back over here to core, which is like under core him. Core him is like under his majesty. Core him in is like a conjunction word from in of. So right now we got the second year, the second month in the season of Akit day. Y'all can see my mouse? Day 15, because this U is a 10 and 5 strokes mean 10 plus 5. So it's day Su 15. Core him, which means under him is like, all right, him is like a servant, but in this instance, core him is like under his majesty. Now, see, when I get this stuff like that, that's why I got the dictionary open to show you what I mean. Core, XRHM. I should be able to pull that up by putting in this and asking for exact matches. If not, I'm going to go like this. See, this is the type of stuff people don't be doing. And if I'm not going to do this, then I'm going to go play like, I'm going virtual. So let's see if we can find core him. Because you see the core right there. If y'all see my mouse, let me see if y'all can see my. I always got to keep checking, sorry. If you can't see my mouse, then trick it. I got to find core him for y'all. Basically, it's under the pharaoh, bro. Under the knee suit. And I'm showing y'all these tools. This dictionary is called Mark Vigus's dictionary. And so this is very helpful for anybody under one of these studies, whether or not, because I don't, I don't study this religiously. I study this like a scholastic study. But I don't gotta verify everything. I could just let you know what I know. Core him is under His Majesty. Even though I couldn't find it written in a dictionary because it's a phrase and not a word. But let me see if I can try something else. Anyway, that's what that means. Core him. And him is like a servant, so but in that instance it's not a servant. Let me see what happened if I put majesty. Okay, we got, let me see. I can't find this term, but regardless. I've read so many of these before. I'm not just I know it already. I know what it means. And so there we have on right here, core him in Horus Ka Naked. Y'all follow my did you follow? I hope you can follow my cursor. Core is upon or under His Majesty in of Horus, the golden Horus probably. Horus the bull, the mighty bull, because naked, that's why that guy with the stick behind you. Naked Ka. Naked Ka Mat Mer. No, it's not Mer. This is honorific transposition, so you just put the deity first. So it is Murray Ma'at. Alright, which means beloved of Ma'at. Nisu Biddy, or Nisubit, the two ladies right here, Upper and Lower Egypt. I'll be forgetting this one. But it's like to shine or to be upon. Now I gotta look this up for us. I gotta know what to look up though. See, that's why it's hard. So the first study really is learning some of these terms by not just going through a dictionary, but by reading some early Egyptian, how to read glyph books. And I'm stuck right here on this because I think it's core. This is Ka'a. Watch this. I'm going to try to pull up this. Oh, this is what I'm trying to pull up. Damn. I'm trying to pull up this glyph that look like these two. And I got to go off of, I think that's XRA. I might be wrong. I shouldn't have put a capital. Let me turn off the capitalization. Yeah, I know everybody don't mess with it like that. But all right, look, I think I found it. I found something close to it. Hold on. There's only one for here. That's a quarter. Let me take that off. I gotta make this small. Yeah, this is the type of study we do in order to get to the bottom of certain things like this. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't. And again, that's why I told you, this ain't anybody who act like they just be like reading like, I know what it means. It means to shine. It means to shine. Watch this. I know what that means. Look. Now watch this glyph pop up that I just was showing y'all. If I could get this to slide over. I don't even care. Shining. Oh, you know what? Hold on, blood. Tell me I'm hella done. No, my mic on. Oh, I thought my mic was off. I was about to say you tripping. Yeah, there it is. See? Rise, sun, shining. When I put in shining, I hope y'all can see that. Look, when I put in shining, we found the glyph of question. is to rise, appear in glory. Shining is also used for appearances in glory. So it's like an X. When you see the H with the line under it, it's kind of pronounced like the Hebrew. So it's like, excuse me, cow or whatever. Cow. So now we back. I told you, man, come on. Can we do this? Now let's go back. So cow, even though I should have knew that anyway. So it's Nisu Biddy, the two ladies, cow, shining M. Shining M. So now, I know this is a word right here. Can y'all, hopefully y'all can see my mouse. I got to do this. Look, I know this is a word because I've learned the parsing. And so right here, I see N. I see this like tongue that it could represent a DJ or it could be representative. I think this is like, go like this. N. So the water at the top is an N. N-S-R-T. Let's see, it popped up. It popped up with 8 things. Flame. So look at this. I think I'm right. Look, N. It don't got the S. Yeah, N-S-R-T. Just like I thought. N-S-B. But N-S-R-T, flame. N-S-R-T, royal serpent Uraeus. Okay, so that's where we at because we can see the snake behind it. Let me make that bigger. So you see the royal serpent right here? And it got all the symbols in question? Exactly right here on the text. Look. N-S-R-T, and here go the serpent. So we know that's the royal serpent, or the Uraeus, or Aret. It's really called Aret. Forget the Uraeus, but let me go back to the beginning because we reading it now. Renpet Sep. I forgot. I'm just not knowing how to say two. I'm tripping. I should know my numbers like everything. But Renpet Sep 2. I bet Aket. This is I bet, and that's Aket, and this is Su, which is the day. Aket is the season. Su is the day. 15 day. Core upon him upon the Pharaoh under his majesty. And then I see somebody said something in the chat. You've been listening to Hierophant. Oh, it's all good, man. I'm glad you've been listening to Hierophant. That was the last quote unquote conscious album I did, but you gotta feel me though, because I do albums like movies, you know what I'm saying? And so I think I put a lot of conscious material on the J. Rawls album too. So listen to that. It's called Expect Game. Wait, I'm tripping. Respect Game or Expect Flames. Me and J. Rawls album. But as far as having the type of content with the no cursing and just all the conscious material, the Hierophant was one of my. I wasn't trying to do that. The Hierophant was one of the albums where I went in like that. So now we on the second month of second year of the second month. Of the second month on the 15th day under His Majesty of the gold. That ain't the golden horse. That's just under Horus, because this falcon here represents Horus. Yeah, the bull, Horus the bull, or the mighty bull. Horus the mighty bull. Anything y'all don't think I'm right about, say that ain't right, and I'm gonna put it in the dictionary. Horus the mighty bull, beloved by my eye. Beloved by my eye. The two ladies shining in fire, or appearing in fire, or the shining flame. Now this is where we left off. And when you see this hand holding this stick, especially in like a king names like this, it's a reference to greatness. It's like, let me show you. It's called because you can't really pronounce it. So I write a capital A. Go back to the dictionary up there, and a small a. That should give me that. So I say and if it don't give me that, see, you see them ahs. So everything with a is gonna be hella big or great. As a matter of fact, this first definition you see up in the right hand corner is where the Greeks got the term pharaoh from. Per was the great house, the great house. Per, as you see on the screen right here, look, per Per is represented by this box with an opening. That was like a first structure. And here you see represented by a mace turned to the side. But I can show you other places where this hand right here that you see up here is also going to be representing Let's go see. Let's go. Well, I mean, you know, I don't have to qualify everything while I'm teaching, but I like to qualify things. Because people don't got no way to know when people be lying. You feel me? And this ain't the end of the study. When you get to controversial terms, then you have to do other things. But you see, all right, right here, you see the hand. This is one The top could say it by itself, but it also has the phonetic complement under it, which is a. But let's find the one we looking for. Why not? I don't care. I ain't doing shit else. I mean, you know, it is 130 different ones in here. And so that's why they have determinatives after the word so you can know what they talking about. In per. In per, you know, it's a great house. It's a major dorm or major domo, whatever they say. Whatever that is. But I know it's a big house. Anyway, is great. All right. Look, every time somebody great, a magnate, an elder son. Oh, they said the came from being a tent pole right here, which is interesting. But this type of stuff I do to know what I'm talking about. Like people, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, what we haven't done is hasn't found the with the same hand holding. Excuse me. I'm just going through this hella quick now. I should probably just do it like this now. There we go. Oh, now they changed it. He's holding something else. I don't even want to go into that. But it depending on what's being held in the hand, as we can go back and see. God damn, this is how you gotta go in to know what you're talking about. Depending on what's held in the hand, we know that this term has something to do with great. And the term after it, these are two lion heads, which is a term for like strength or a term for like greatness. Let's look that up. It's like, let me see. There go the two lion heads. See? Physical strength. See those two lion heads right there? Physical strength. But let's find it. I mean, yeah, we don't gotta keep on. So it's like saying he great in strength. You see? Let me see. Well, this is the hindquarters of a lion. And so that's why this term is also used to say rectum. But this is the one we're looking for. Okay? And so it means physical strength, like we see it right here. And you notice they wrote things different ways throughout the times. And so the physical strength of the golden Horus. You see, he's standing on a gold chain, believe it or not. Horus, the falcon, the same falcon from up here, right here, is standing on a gold chain here, which lets us know this is the golden Horus, not the Horus from before. They're the same person, but in different states. So the golden Horus Nefer, beautiful, or Neferenpetu, beautiful years. See, this is Renpet from the beginning, the first thing we ever seen, remember? But they got Renpet again right here. And it's 3 Renpet. Beautiful 3 years is either Neferenpetu. So this, let me just read it like Medu Netter. If I was not trying to teach so much, I'll go, let me see, I'll go like this. Nefer, it was says, Nefer Ren, how do I say that? Renpetu, because it's plural. Nefer Renpetu Sa'ank Abu. Sa'ank Abu Nisu Biddy. If that's Nisu Biddy, then this ain't Nisu Biddy. That's the golden horde. I mean, that's Nekbet and Wajet. I'm tripping. Nekbet Wajet, which are the protectors. And this is Nisubit over here. And then we get to the pharaoh's name finally. Alright. Well, we see an in there again. You got to skip the Ra because it's honorific transposition, which means you don't read the name. You don't read the name of the person before you read the name of the deity that's in their name. If they got a God's name in their name, you ain't supposed to read their likeness before you say the likeness of the deity. So his name is not written Ra Keper Ka. That'll be incorrect. It's written that way, but it's not said that way because he's not going to write himself before the God. You see what I'm saying? So, or before the Netcher. And so if the Netcher was Ra, what you see indicated by this circle, let me see. You see indicated by, y'all don't see my mouse? Damn, gotta bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Now you should see my mouse. Indicated by this circle right here, that's Ra. Somebody who walked up and read it, Ra Keper Ka would be wrong. You gotta go, Keper Ka Ra. Keper Ka Ra. Alright? But when you're writing it, you always put the deity first. I ain't gonna be able to do much more than this top line because this take hella long. But I probably want to skip down some lines where he talking about fighting some Nubians. Because that's why I'm reading this in my research anyway. But let me get comfortable. The AC just barely hit me and it's heating up out here. Wow. Let me see. So where were we? We trying to figure out his name was Keper Ka Ra. And what does that mean? We said Aa means great, correct? Aa Kepper is just like transformation, change, and all of the such. Ka is the spirit, and Ra is the deity, Ra, or the sun. All right. Aa Kepper Ka Ra. Diank Sa Ra. Aa Kepper Ra. Let me see if y'all can see my mouth. You all right? Aa Kepper Ka Ra. Diank Sa Ra. Mess. Tahuti mess. Mess Tahuti. Tahuti mess. Because this bird, this stork on a perch represents the deity or the Netcher Tahuti. So we know these are his two names inside of the Shinu. This the easy work. This ain't the hard work. This is something you can remember. Because every stela I pull up is going to start similar to this. There's going to be differences in there. Peace, what's up? I see somebody said something in the chat. I really ain't keeping up because I know streams like this, you know, it's useful for later, but a lot of people don't tap into information like this live, so to speak. So I got the chat open in a small box, but I don't got my YouTube open to the left, so I won't be looking at the low viewership not to get discouraged. You feel me? I just rather have it up there. So peace, and thanks for letting me know you out there. Oh, I see Corey the Atheist too. What's up? So now we building. And again, I could give out a few more tools, but instead of just reading and showing how to read, we didn't get to the end. We will get to the end. After I get to the end of this first register, we're going to skip down to where he started talking about beefing with the Nubians. And we want to see how he addressed the Nubians in this stela. So what did we get? We was trying to figure this out right here. It's kind of weird, and it ain't said on hella text. I kind of could figure it out, because what you see is Nefer, like Nefertiti. The first thing my mouse is on is Nefer, like beauty. We're going to get back to qualifying everything, so I'm going to put a N, a F, and an R in the dictionary. And you should see a symbol just like the one I just showed you. Let me make that bigger. Nefer, you feel me? Good, beauty, and all of the above. We know this ain't math, so it don't represent zero in this instance. It could mean other things too, but we know this is something good. So Nefer Rempetu, good years. Nefer Rempetu Sa'ank Ab. So, we know what Ankh means, right? Let me break something down. We know what Ankh means, right? Where there's a case where you want to make something active, or to make life a verb, so to speak, you put an S in front of it. Sa'ank is like not making life, but it's like living. You know what I mean? Or yeah, Sa'ank. But the S is creative in front of that Ankh. So let's oops. Yeah, I keep doing that. I'm sorry about that. Hope ain't nobody got no headphones. So I mean, you know, you can have on headphones, but I hope I didn't blow your ears out. Let me see. Where did I go? Get lost. Right here. I'm tripping. Sa'ank. Abu. 3 hearts. To bring life to the hearts. I don't know. Who lives in the hearts. You feel me? Something like that. The beautiful years. I don't know. Something about living in the hearts. The Nisu Biddy. Kepper Kara. Jedonk, Sarah, Mes, Tahuti, Jet. Jet right here. Let's check this jet out. This snake in this T with a line under it represents eternity. Then something scratched out that I won't even attempt to read. A T, and then it says NB. Nabes? What is MBS? I don't know what MBS is. Best. I don't know, but we ain't done. But we got to the end, and I just couldn't get the last, probably because of the little portion right here that's broken off or whatever. But I want to go on this text and try to find where he was talking about some Nubians. And first, how he addressed them is going to be somewhere around line 4. All right, so let's go. To register for is what it would be called. 1, 2, 3. Soldiers is my soldiers. Now, at the beginning of this, you see it's talking about, you probably wouldn't know, this is like a mountainous area, right? But this isn't the whole word. You'd have to go back to the register before it, which would be around right here, to see exactly where he was talking about. All right. And so when looking through that, we see he's talking about basically some, well, this looks like the end of a word. He's talking about, since the stela is down in Tumbos, See, this is not like you just about to be trying to act like you Superman. I'm going back in the text to see what happens here. Because this is a location right here. Then we got Bach, which is like a servant. So a location, I don't really know this location, but it must have been Tumbos where they're at. And then we got Bach, which is a servant. And then Ness, Bach, Ness, NS, Bach, NS. To make a servant, a feminine servant, Bach, NS. A servant to her, or she's a servant, whore. Again, that means like, no, whoru. Dude, this is crazy. A servant, whoru, and then whatever these people. So something about a feminine. This normally means like a pawn, a servant for some people, some feminine servant, right here in this land. For real, we could look that up. And so, Netcher, boo. That means bad God. Netcher buoy. Netter booyah. Netter booyah. Hold on, y'all. Netter booyah. A bad God. Bad to God. Bad to the Netcher. Booyah. Let me show you what I mean. Sometimes people think you lying. Boo. I put in boo. And you can see where I'm going with. I gotta make it smaller. Boo gonna be negative stuff. Is it boo or being? Let me see. No, see? No. Boo pooey. Boo pooey. No, no. Boo is negative. No, boo. See? You see that boop? Alright? Just not to be funny, but you see the boop? That's how I remember boo when I see The glyphs. So then we go back to what we was reading, trying to figure out what he had to say about the Nubians. It was something bad. Cause here go that. Let me show you the same boot. I'm on register 4. Right here, y'all can see my mouse. I gotta get the mouse check. Nope, you can't. Y'all can't see it. Let me do that again. Now y'all can see it. All right, look, we're gonna go down to register for 1, 2, 3, 4, and we hadn't got far because we got to this Netcher right here. We know this flagpole means Netcher, and we see the Netcher right here. And then we see this foot or this boot, which means something bad or negation or negative. But you see this isn't a falcon, it's a chick bird because of how they wrote it. So that's boo. And then E, buoy, booyah. Booyah. Nah, let me get goofy. But it's like booyah. And let me look that up. And if this is really booyah, I'm about to bring this booey home. Booey ooh. Booey ooh. Booey ooh. Let me see if that's a word. I don't care though. Let me see. Well, something's bad. Oh, let me see. See, it'd be like playing charades. How you spell abomination? Did I spell it right? I thought I did. Dang, let me see. Maybe I did. Yeah, I spelled it wrong. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did spell it wrong. Maybe that's the key. Look, one word. That's it. Boots. We just found. Well, that's a boot. But I was looking for bootiyu. So it's multiple abominations. Because you put the God, bad God. See here, boo, nibu. That mean everybody bad? No, that's something else. I'm sorry. That's how you say everybody. But because boo could also be a place, but I don't want to go there. So what we see right here is the foot and the chick, just like we see on the stela. Let's get back to it. We see the foot and the chick, but this I know iya is a part of the word, so it's booyah. Whatever. I know this is abomination or bad. Multiple. The E, whatever, buoy, bad. So it's bad to God. Something so they even making her a servant was not good to God, or something who they didn't like. But I don't see, I'm just skimming through, and what I'm looking for is when they talking about locations, like right here. This is another location. And dang, this right here kill me sometimes. But anyway, I want to talking about the Nubians. Page. Let me see where to talk about the Nubians. Like, all right, right around here. Let me see. The 9 bows sets of arpeggio. So they talking about it, but I want to try to find one descriptive line where I should go back to where I was. Somebody said, "Oh, you found the word? Those who are abominated." Let me see. B W T Y. Oh, you are the man, bruh. Oh, somebody be researching. Look, he found the exact word. Hold on. Let me go see if y'all can see that. Oh, yeah, you the man. Those who are abominated. Boo to you. Oh, I'm about to bring that out. Boo to you. You hard. And thanks for doing that. That's Boo Akir. As we see on the screen, it says excellence. Boo Akir. That's excellence. That you just did that. And that you actually participating in helping me. That made me feel motivated right here. So he said, so now let's go back. I lost that term. I think we was on line register. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the term that we was just trying to figure out. Can y'all see my? I got so much stuff on my screen, and I don't got dual monitors right now that I have to keep 1, 2, 3, 4 opening and closing certain screens. So y'all gotta excuse me. So when you can't see my mouth, so this is those who. Oh, I didn't know this was a fish up here. Okay, those who have been abominated. Interesting that they are saying that this is a phrase. But I see the 3 strokes for plurality after it, which would indicate the such. You know what I'm saying? And so then after that, I'm at a loss with this. This ka u ka u neb. Y'all can see my cursor. Ka u neb t nebet. Ka u nebet t who what's this who who I say they say r when they see this, but I say who. What does that mean? And I don't know what this means either. Ka'ut. Ka'u is like to shine. No, the other kahu is to shine. Ka'u. Let's see. Ka'u. There it goes. Overseer of the ships. Overseer. No, that's not. No, that's definitely not that. Petty kahu. There's too many kahus. There's too many kahus. So that would be a long study for me. If somebody else know what that kahu, a deacon. I'm not gonna do this all day for that, but that kahu is something. Anyway, so these are the type of things when I'm freshening up on my glyphs, I'll go back and make sure I know that when I see this, I know what it means. Because right now, I'm slipping on that kahu. But whenever I take my mouse off, I got to re-click back in so y'all can see my mouse. It's right here. Ka'u nabet cord. No, I'm sorry. Ka'u nabet Ertihu. RTHU. RTHU. There go a word. And there's only 2 of them. RTHU. It looks just like it's a block house. It has the same determinative. So it's something about a block house. Interesting. Let's see. Read to you. Strangers. Read to you. Quebec. Ain't that what I just said? Read to you. No. Quebec. Retu Quebec. It might be strangers because he talking about going down to the Nubians anyway. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what the chat say. Oh dang, you find it. You do this page. I can't see the pages really because I got it blown up so big. But I think I did find it. RTH. Oh, you found Ha. Oh, you the man. Hey, I gotta start studying with you, bruh. For real. June money. If you get it in like that, you get it in. Let me see. But the NBA ain't showing up. Let me see what you got. Oh, let me. That BBQ is funny. I thought you was talking about barbecue. Hold on. Did this pop up? No. Wait, I gotta go back. NBT. I'm tripping. Hot on the bet, huh? All right, it's not popping up for me. Oh, Nebu. All right. Dang, you need to be teaching, boy. Those beyond the owls, everything beyond. Interesting. So these are just the people from far away. Those beyond the isles. What are the isles? Those beyond the isles. So Kau Nebu. But yeah, this says Kau. If we go back to here again, you can see it. Kau. But it does have a T here. So you just raw. Kau Nibet. Kau Nibet. RTU. We just figured out what this meant. Yeah, because this is said. Yeah, it makes sense. Because the next term addresses those beyond the owl. The next term, which was RTHW, it should address those beyond the owl when it says strangers and foreigners. So we got that clear. And I never seen strangers or foreigners addressed too much like that in a text. And so that's why I do this, because I'm trying to learn too, as I'm trying to, 1, 2, 3, hold my place as one of the people who know how to do this. You got to be studying. So here we go. Let me see. No mouse? All right, let's do it again. Wow, where we go? I'll figure out a better way to do that soon, but we're here. So yeah, so he was talking about these people all the way up to here. So it basically was like those people. He already called them an abomination before this. Then he was just like those people from far beyond, the foreigners. And that's where that ends right here. Then we got Akbet. So that must be where these foreigners are from. Akbet. Let me see what the oh, you from the sesh. Okay, yeah. Okay, no wonder. Yeah, exactly about what I was saying about Sonetta. I'm gonna dive back in on that just on the strength that you tapped in on that. Yo, he gotta be like this, man. I'm just giving you a playbook, Si. I know you wouldn't have watched this video this far because I started teaching the shit. But peep gang, you need to be like Smack from URL, bruh. What, none of these people on your show don't got nothing to do with you? Unless you help. I mean, I know it ain't unless, bruh. Everybody, like, what would y'all do if you found out your homie was a scammer? Scammer don't got nothing to do with the other bad stuff. I won't even talk about that stuff on my show. It's ridiculous. Like, this is just ridiculous. I got all daughters. I got 4 daughters. Certain words, debates. I can't even play them debates in my house. Y'all debating on the R word and stuff. Silly. But back to Sado. You need to be like this. The season 1 of the House of Consciousness is over. We coming back with season 2. All new cast and characters. Bow. if you want to keep that institution. But I understand NeterTV and the House of Consciousness as two different things. Because the House of Consciousness was going, bruh, it was me and Ak who helped Neter set up his YouTube page. The House of Consciousness was already running for years before that. Ask Sa. He had to go back in his memory and scratch his head and go be like, yeah, that was Brother Jonathan and Aunt on the phone calling you over and over saying you need a YouTube page. We set it up for him one day, and that was that. And so NeterTV and the House of Consciousness, those are the characters on the show. But yeah, I'd rather study though. You know what I'm saying? Where we was at with it. Nah, we was trying to get to these Nubians. But it's really, this is getting good. And I got my mans here to help me out. So after he called these people abominations, we gotta go in on this akebet. You know what that is? Excuse me. This is, y'all can see my mouth says akbet. Let's just try to look that up real quick before my man beat me to it. Hold on. AQBT. Akbet. Akbet. I think that's a place. Akbet. Or something. Whatever. We'll figure out what that is. But so when I'm reading by myself, I would just highlight the words that I don't know so I could come back to them so that I could keep doing like a fluent reading. And this one right here, this Akbet, whatever this is getting past me. But I know we're going to figure that out. Hold on. Again, this is the Tombow Stela by Lepsis. If you Google it, you can just click on it on Wiki and then open up this facsimile so you don't have to be looking at me doing it. Here we go. I don't know what that means, but that's still part of this same word. Then we got the foreign throw stick with the guy with the 3 strokes, which let us know they still talking about, yeah, Akbet. So these some foreigners right here. Because they're going to determinative for it. Akbet is just probably some foreign people, you know what I'm saying, that this throw stick lets us know that. And then we see, all right, I know that's the soup plant with an R at the bottom, but I don't know. I'm tripping. This the South. A soup plant with an R on the bottom is the South. Right? So now you're talking about rissuit. This is the South. So Southerners, because he got this determinative, the soup plant with the R at the bottom and a chick for plurality. And then this, which let us know it's plurality. This is ressuit ui. Ressuit ui. Ressuit ui, which is Southerners, right here. So now he's starting to talk about Southerners. Southerners is, Southerners be, Southerners are, Southerners of, Ressuit M. I know this is going to be a K sound because that's not right. And I know this is a D, but I don't know this word. K-D. I mean, XD. I'm supposed to pop an X and a D in here and that word should pop up. There it goes. See? Down. Oh, it means down. So Southerners down. And here go a boat. So yeah. Okay, yeah, that means down. They was coming down. The Southerners down. See, this is what's so. Oh, now let's build on this real quick, because the Southerners down. Where that's at? Hold on. But I want to trip off this, because they from Egypt, and he put the stela in Tumbas. So what does that mean? He said he was talking about these bad people and these Southerners go down. It said go down right here. Wait. Right here. It's a little bit before that. Gotta make sure y'all can see. Dang, man, every time I do it, you can't see. What do they go down? When the Southerners go down. Here they go. Going down right here. Look, y'all see the mouse? All right, so I just looked up the word. It said to go down. And it said Southerners go down. Let me read the chat to get some help. Southerners is going down. And I see something else about the boat right here too, but this word is leaving me. M. Cash, he overthrew. Oh, he said Sakedev. I don't see no F in here. Sakiref, but I don't see no F in here for he. I don't know if you could point out where you got secure F, but I'm gonna go back to what I let off. Oh, secure NF. All right, let me see. I see the N and I see a T, but I might be. You see my mouse? I'm looking at something. I gotta go back to what we had set out. This was CAD. Oh. Is that, did I leave this out? Oh, okay, yeah, I missed that. I think if you see my mouse, I didn't see what you're seeing, that's a different line. I'm on this M, and I know this, dang it. So let me show y'all something else, another tool. When you identify the glyph by the shape, but you forgot it, I know what it is, and I'm going to be ashamed that I can't remember this one, but I'm going to show you what else you can do in this dictionary, because when you got the Mark Vigus dictionary, you also can search by shape. And if y'all looking in the upper right-hand corner, but when you do a shape search, what you're searching through are really like what's called determinatives. There we go. No, this ain't it. Is that it? Nope, that ain't it. It's coming though. And so you gotta sometimes bow down and do a shape search. Like, because right now I can't read. I know my brothers could pull that up, but I ain't really been studying my glyphs. This is a reintroduction to my next 6 months that I'm about to take up studying the glyphs. And I'm gonna be going hard. Let me read what the chat says. W18, thank you. Thank you. You a ball. How you doing this so fast? I used to be the fastest in the community, but I see I'm not no more. So W18. So now we can see the other words that W18 pop up in, and it's going to let me know what the term is. Let me see. Oh, is it the Kenet? Oh, it's Kenet, huh? Yeah, it's Kenet, huh? I'm tripping. Hold on. Yeah, it's Kenet. All right, hold on. But I don't know what it means at the point because I haven't found it. But here it is. Tenants to be glad of heart in front of. Oh, come on, man. You falling off. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. The foremost. Come on, dog. But this don't mean the foremost here. Can that end? This is about a boat. You feel me? Wait a minute. Foremost. Hold on. Oh, okay. Hold on. See, this word I think I left out. Oh, look, this is southern. Oh, I left out this word, and that's the biggest part. Can y'all see that? So he said, this say, remember we said they were saying to say go down? The southerners are going down. If the southerners are going down, the Nile flows south to north. So he's saying people from Kerma are going down, and then we see the boats. And this say north. Look, MT Medu. Let me put this in here. What's this? How you say north? M-H Metu. Metu. What? Met-Y-U. Maybe I need to put a Y or an I in there. A Y. I know how to say this because this is in my book. There it goes. Look. This is up north. Oh my God. We busting their head. So now we see he's saying, remember he said, these people are going down south. And then it says north. So it said they go south. Southerners go down. Northerners. Northerners, Southerners, and Northerners, bruh. Can y'all see my mouth? People from the north and people from the south. Can y'all see my mouth? Hold on, let me see. People from the south and people from the north. So he basically saying people from the south. That's why he wrote the stela. Think about it. This is found on a stela in Kerma. He said, he was talking about there was an abomination to God way over here. And then he said, Ka'u. Let me see if y'all see that. NeterTV, southern. No, I'm forgetting. We went through all that. People can rewind. Here go the southerners. Resu, that's the southerners. Depth, go down, and then we see the boat for the determinative. So the southerners is going down the river in the boat, and then y'all can see my. Okay, cool. I mean that's an A to me, or an I, a. But Meti, which is northerners, M. And then we got to the word that I just looked up and lost again. So let me look in the book. Yeah, June Money, the man. I said let me look in the book, but I looked in the chat. You like the back of the book, blood. You feel me? You feel me? But I don't think either of us have this. No, we just pulled this up. Yeah, I do need to look in the book. Hold on. It's right. That was Southerners. But I think we established before that, I forgot what that word was. But the Northerners go up. Southerners basically, I don't know. I still didn't find the Nubians though. So I'm just going to skip through Facetio. Let me see if he wrote in the chat. Oh. Yeah, I was looking for some answers, bruh. I'm just skimming through the text now looking for some Nubians. I see talks, but we're gonna go in. I see some Sesh doing something. This is what? Hold on. I keep seeing a fish that I ain't seen in hella writings. Hold on, but now I want to switch over to Nubia. We did this a lot. Oh, here we go. I see this right here. Hold on, y'all see. Oh, I gotta do the mouse thing. Dang, I'm gonna lose it. I gotta figure out how to get y'all to see my mouse without losing where I'm at on the page. Damn, let me see. Forget it, man. This goes forever. And this is fun. And that was enough freshening up on my glyphs for the morning. But I do see he talking about the 9 bowls in the beginning of this register. I wanted to see where he started talking about Nubians and addressing them. And I'm going to go in on that. Let me see. Oh, I had to go full screen. Y'all probably couldn't see that. It's supposed to be. Whatever, but I don't even feel like doing this no more. You feel me? I just was getting it in real quick in the morning. About to take a quick break. Some music gonna come on for a second. I hope it don't be too loud in your headphones. But then we about to get it in and build on some other subjects. I want to talk about Nubia, and man, I'm tired of people talking about Egyptians wasn't black, and they'll debate on that subject, and then don't ever mention my name. Because they know it's going to be handlebars. Golly, I'm going to put manacles on that subject. But hold on, we're going to go to a commercial break right now. Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Sahara terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like, no. Of that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor saved me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Harker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Medu, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings.
We got a call-in number.
Cats corny
919-727-4633.
But you look Arab like
919-727-4633.
Cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking.
The number in the description.
Going out lazy, bro. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro.
That's right. Feel good. Just chilling at the house. Doing my morning studies. Uh-oh. We got a caller. caller. Let me see if I can answer that before it go away.
Call from.
Ujao min ib irima.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Accept,
to
press
accept, press
1.
1. To send a
Come on,
voicemail,
man.
press 2. Okay. I've sent the caller to voicemail. Goodbye.
Did you see me press 1? Y'all say, hey, Ujaho, please call back, bruh. Come on. You see me press run right on live. Oh, y'all can't see it. See that, huh? Come on, call back. Call back. We got to build. I hate this stupid stuff. I'm going to show y'all the phone, man, so y'all can see I press 1. Hold on, look. We're going to have some fun tonight. Today. Man, tell me I ain't press 1. Call back, bruh. Come on. Oh, you might. Oh, no, you didn't hung up because it said it's going to send you the voicemail. All right, now watch this.
Call from.
Man, the Google did not like me.
To accept, press 1. To
Watch
send
this.
a voicemail, press.
Hello?
Smash. What's up? What's going on?
What's up with it? How you doing?
All right. Hey, listen, I have to leave out the door, right? So I was trying to call to see how long you're going to be on because I like the topic and what I caught the very tail end right before you played the music.
Okay.
So,
I'll be on for a minute. Tap in. I love to have you, bro. This is Master Teacher right there. If y'all don't know, that's Ujahu right there. You know what I'm saying? Been building since. No, for real. You get your props and your respect. And really ain't nobody knocked you down in about 15, 20 years of doing this. I ain't seen you get proved too wrong yet about these glyphs. You feel me? So, yeah, tap in when you got time.
I'm going to check back in with you, but if you're on after about an hour, I don't know if you're going to be on that long, but I'm going to check back with you.
Yep, I'll be around. It's good.
All right.
Good. That's
what's okay,
up.
Then.
Yep.
All right, then. Hotel.
Man, that dude done some good work. If y'all don't know, I can take the camera off the screen now. I just wanted to show how that was playing me real quick. Trying to act like, how I do that? Man, golly, we've been beating cats up for a long time, going over all kind of familiar topics. Again, the call-in number is 919-727-4633. I love to build with y'all about a variety of things, but I was just about to start talking about Nubia. You know, us in the study, we don't like to call it that, but when you on YouTube, you can't say Ta-Nehisi. You can teach people what Ta-Nehisi was, and then you start to have a community of people who understand when you say Ta-Nehisi, you're talking about Nubia. But I just want to put some information out there that people be overlooking, and a lot of us don't even know about. First, I'll start from, again, the geological aspects of the Nile Delta that made it how it was. And we can probably even go into other river cultures, and I haven't done a study into this with other river cultures, but I would propose that this probably isn't true. I'm just throwing out conjecture here. But I would propose that possibly most river cultures move downstream. That would just almost be simple to conclude that people follow the water. You could go against the water too, but once we learn how to be seafaring, or once we learn about canoes and things that have been around for long, we learned that going with the stream. I mean, again, I'm throwing out my conjecture, but I'm going to also talk about a lot of things that are not conjecture that we never address when we talk about Nubia being one of the mothers of Egypt, and why this happened, and why it was the dark-skinned, woolly-haired, sub-Saharan African who set up these things. or one of the things people don't address because they don't know how to address it is, let's just say, necessary ceramic advancements that allow civilization to thrive anyway. Because in ancient times, in order to move away from a source of water, you had to have enough top technology to be able to carry water. If I put you, anybody in the chat, if I put you in the wilderness next to a river with fresh water running and no tools or nothing, you'll be hard pressed to figure out how to carry water. What you gonna do? Answer the question in the chat. How you gonna carry some water? Thank you. So we see cultures moving along the rivers, obviously, because a lot of them hadn't even figured out how to carry water far enough away to set up in places away from fresh water sources. Simple. You know what I'm saying? Now, when we want to talk about, well, who did this first? We start looking into the advancements of the ancient ceramic industry. Why? Because the first tools that we were able to use really to move with a lot of water was what? The ancient pottery, right? See, if you got a pot now with you, and then you can go a little bit farther for a little bit longer. Even if you got a pot with 1 gallon in it, you can get a lot further than a person without a pot with 1 gallon in it. We see people dying in a man just died in Pleasanton, California after getting lost in the hills of Pleasanton while he was on his jogging route. It's a mystery, and they haven't figured out why the man died, because he was a healthy jogger. But it was a hot ass day. And he probably only ventured away a mile away from his start spot or two, but he needed water and fell ill, and rest in peace. But saying that, we look at the advancements in the ceramic industry. What? Nubia is far more advanced than Egypt in these times when it comes to establishing a culture. As a matter of fact, the majority of the pottery shards that we find in the areas of Kemet ain't even Kemetic. They're more like Nubian. There's a particular type of pottery that developed. We always talk about what the wavy line pottery, because that's Amin Ross Squad business. But we also talking about the blacktop pottery. Let's start getting in. Let's see if I can share some screens on some of this stuff. So before, I like to share it while I'm looking for it. You know what I'm saying? So I won't be like, yeah, I found the source. Now I got something to show you. I'm just going to show you an elementary. Hold on, where my stuff at? So you can see it. There we go. We're going to go. Oh, wow, that keyboard ain't working. We're going to just look into. Look, it won't even pop up in Google. Like, nobody Googles this. You feel me? So, normally, Google know what you're talking about. You see this? An Egyptian blacktop redware beacon, pre-dynastic period. Oh. This is the earlier pottery. The way to develop this pottery was started in Nubia, bro. Okay? If you want to go look and see who developed some of the most Egyptian blacktop pottery, it wasn't Egyptians. Look, now they're telling you a classic Kerma beaker, because Kerma is way further down the river. What's that? Blacktop pottery. Now, if you start to look, and this ain't easy to make, they used to have to mold the clay and then place it upside down in the sand so that it would cook in order to harden along the tops or whatever. But they're telling you here the truth. The bell-shaped Kerma beakers, they don't say the blacktop, but let's go in it. The bell-shaped Kerma beaker is a hallmark of classic Kerma civilization. Found stacked together in tombs and in groups of as many as 7, the Kerma beaker is the most common form of classic Kerma ware. It says, the outgrowth of the Nilotic tradition of blacktop pottery, red polished wares, these delicate, hold on, the outgrowth of a long Nilotic tradition. No, don't call this an outgrowth. Call this the, I don't know what to call it, but call this the root to a long Nilotic tradition of blacktop red polished wares. These delicate thin wall vessels mark a zenith in ceramic technology. What was I just trying to teach the people? That the Kerma pottery represented a zenith in ceramic technology. All right, so this is key, but I ain't even gonna kill him with this because we got a lot more to talk about. This is what we want to talk about. Limestone substrate, Egypt. Why we want to talk about that? Because we don't even know Kemet was Kemet because of Nubia and all the water that flowed and all the good things that happened. The geology of Egypt. The 3 layers. Now, a layer of limestone covers most of the surface of Egypt. That's all I want you to see. Egypt has a limestone substrate. Nubia has a sandstone substrate. Hold on. And so when the Nile River flowed through Nubia, it wasn't so easily, it didn't carve out a floodplain in those areas. You feel me? Let me try to see the cameras so I can level with the people. It didn't carve out a floodplain through the limestones. What? Through the sandstone substrate of Nubia. But once the water got to the lighter, softer rock in Kemet, the river was able to widen and then become also to the point where it gets to a delta, to where we know it as a delta. That's because of the geology of the area. So think about it. A lot of people say Kemet was called Kemet because of the soot. The black soot is a result of what we're talking about, the flow of the river coming downstream until it reached a different, softer stone that it could carve out a floodplain that would allow agriculture to develop. It would allow agriculture to develop so much so that it's hard to really find. Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. It's hard to really find a bow and a arrow in old pre-dynastic and old kingdom inscriptions. Bow, boom. Somebody hit them with the booms. I got booms all the time. They had throwing sticks and maces, but they were into agriculture. So the hunter-gatherer stuff was dead because agriculture was brought in because of this fertile soot that the soft sediment allowed to develop in the area of Kemet. And so, over the years, Egyptians realized this. Oh, I did say a black top pottery bar. I see that in the thing. But over the years, Egyptians realized this because in their third season was the season of the inundation. And the season of the inundation was when the water flowed over and flooded the plain and helped to refertilize the area to provide soot for agriculture. And so now we see two cultures starting to develop early. I'm way back. I'm before the pharaohs and everything. We back at the beginnings. Now, we are talking about cultures. If you want to look up these cultures, dang. This is going to be called the A group. Why don't you type it in and see if you know what you're talking about, bruh? Let me see, because I don't want to mislead nobody. You simply go Nubian, A group. And these are different cultures classified by archaeologists. I think it was Reisner who did these classifications. I could be wrong. But what they tell you is clear and true. This is the stuff that a lot of these pseudos don't even know. You know what I'm saying? A society whose ancient name is unknown, called the A group by archaeologists, was the earliest Nubian culture of strong rulers. Developing out of the Nilotic cultures of the Nile Valley, the A group is one of the it's known largely from its cemeteries. Its burials, artifacts, and rock are found along the Nile from Kubai Ninya north of the first cataract to the second cataract. So a cataract is just basically a break in the Nile where it's rocks and you can't float over the cataract. Much of the power and wealth of the A group came from trade. Its location gave it access to gold from the East Desert, carnelian from the West Desert, and exotic products like incense, ivory, ebony from farther south along the Nile. You hear that? You hear that? They didn't say shit about Egypt. They said the Nubian A group, much of the power and wealth of the A group came from trade. Its location gave it access to gold from the Eastern Desert, carnelian from the Western Desert, and exotic products like incense, ivory, and ebony came further south along the Nile. All right, the A group traded these resources for Egyptian products, many contained in large storage vessels, like we talk about the pottery that enabled trade and transport of goods, as well as for olive oil from the Mediterranean coast. So they had to throw those last two lines in there just to include Egyptian trade and Mediterranean trade, but they told the truth that much of the power and wealth from the A group came from the East, the West, and the South. And we got to be clear on that. Because Nubians was set up and established and rocking out fly way before Egypt was rocking out fly. Egypt was still like, how y'all do that? How y'all do this to the Nubians? So look in the areas of where the A group emerged from. Again, we got the call-in number. It's still live, 919-727-4633. And I ain't trying to be YouTube screamy and hype, all extra hype just to get me some more views. This is for the people who want some real teachings and ain't at school, but you still could go smash a professor with some knowledge you was dealing with your partner on YouTube. It's real. Listen, they're telling the truth. A group, Nubia, was the southern neighbor of Egypt's emerging state. Golly. Why don't these noodles who think they know everything about Kemet, who keep talking about, you know, what significance Nubia and the sub-Saharan Africans, quote unquote, had on Kemet, read some books. You see, I'm just showing y'all this on the internet. These are the fruits of a course I took at Emory University getting my certificate in Nubiology, which I have and got it in 2014 with other members of the Amin Ra Squad. And under the tutelage of Dr. Peter Lacavera, you'll learn. All you got to do is buy his books. All them old ass theories is out the window now. Ain't nobody teaching them racist theories no more. Now, in addition to maintaining trade contact with Egypt, A group rulers, so hold on, let's slow this down. While Egypt was having an emerging state, we got an A group with rulers in Nubia, In addition to maintaining trade contact with Egypt, not Egypt, because it was emerging, with the people of the north, they should say. A group rulers employed symbols that were used by Egyptian pharaohs at that time. Okay. Some Nubian seal impressions depict a bow above the right angle. Now that's Nubian. That's what I told you. See, they trying to mix this up, but we about to talk about it. I said you won't find too many pre-dynastic Egyptian inscriptions where they're hunting or doing something with the bow. Again, why? Because the land of the bow was Nubia, Taseti. So the majority of the times, just like they're telling you on the screen, when they reference the bow, they were talking about Nubians. And so it says some Nubian seal impressions depict a bow above a rectangle, probably the earliest writings of Taseti, the land of the bow, an ancient Egyptian name for Nubia. Let's stop right there, because that's what killed everybody. We got to stop right there. The earliest writing of Taseti, land of the bow, an ancient Egyptian name for Nubia. So they just taught everybody, right, that Taseti was an ancient Egyptian name for Nubia. Checkmate. Taseti is an ancient Egyptian name for Nubia. Why is that checkmate, Brother Jonathan? Because what is the first the very first nome in Egypt. What's it called? Taseti. Okay? The first city-state, the first group, the first whatever. Just look on the map. Come on, man. I'm gonna go back. I got it. I've been drinking a lot of water, and I guess I'm online a lot, so it's getting with me right now. But we're gonna go back to this, and we're gonna do the simple stuff. We're gonna go to the word known. Since everybody don't know what we be talking about, and I'm gonna type wiki. Come on, man. A gnome. I don't want to donate. A gnome, Egypt. A gnome is a district. It was a territorial division of ancient Egypt. Each nome was ruled by a monarch. The first, look, see, don't even look at Lower Egypt, because Lower Egypt is afterwards. You see what I'm saying? Upper Egypt, can you see this? How big can we get it? Kom-Ombo. See, this is why I beat people up on this subject, because Kom-Ombo actually was called Nebet. So it's the Nebet. Nub is how you say gold. So Nebet was what? The city of gold. Because Kom-Ombo was a city in Taseti. You see this number 1 right here? That represents the first nome of Egypt. So what does that mean? This is the first city of Egypt. This is the first nome of Egypt. And it progresses down the river. Okay? So any of these idiots trying to act like the people up here way past this, because we only looking at Upper Egypt right now, they don't understand how the progression down the river actually went. There's no way in the world that the people, let me find another inscription of the Nile, another image of the Nile Delta, so we can illustrate how silly some people ideas are. Look at this. Now you're trying to tell me, now that you know, first of all, you know 2 key things. That the river flows south to north. It starts at this lake, Lake Victoria, and another lake that's deeper, Lake Tanzania, that's deep down here, all right? And it runs out this way because these are mountainous areas. So if this lake is elevated 5,000, however thousand, it could flow south to north if it want to. If it finds a crevice out of, to the north. And that's what it did, and it flows south to north like no other river. So then when we start getting to these areas of the Khartoum area, these are the Kushites, or the people in the area of Kush who propose to push further downstream until we start getting into the areas of the first nome of Egypt. And then you start seeing the nomes make their progression along the Nile of Egypt as we look at a nome map. You feel me? So, it's easy to establish. Here go a better nome map, and it's a big old one. Let me see. It's easy to establish certain things when you start to talk to people who are proposing that technology and everything somehow came out of the sea from travel upstream against the river on manpower to go 4,000 miles down the Nile to start setting up stuff right above the first cataract. How stupid that sound? When you start to look at everything I'm telling you, that don't make no sense. And you see where it start. They clearly tell you where it start because the first known and the first city was Taseti. Now look, good people, I need to level with my peoples. God, I've been sitting here and I've been live for a minute. I ain't tripping. I'm trying to get the knowledge up. But I gotta use this good bathroom. So what I'm about to do is play a nice commercial. And it's the same commercial as that song I made the other day, telling people, man, the House of Consciousness ain't Sinetta. When Sinetta did business with me, he was 100. Polite ripped me off. I had 15% of the live stream. He tried to do all this fake stuff. Sinetta came behind and cleaned it up. So we gotta, don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Don't kill the messenger. Don't be wanting knowledge from all these old weirdos. Then when you find out they really a weirdo, you be shocked. Like, for real. Like, we knew who he was down with, bro. I don't even care. But on that note, if you got on headphones, you might want to prepare for this music that's about to come on while I go bust a move. When we get back, we're going to talk more about Nubia and its relevance to Egypt. You know what I'm talking about? Here we go.
Yeah, and I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The House of Consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a kufu feet. I'm like, norm of the agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know, polite rip me off, but Sinetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The House of Consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed. You won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah 'cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The House of Consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Medu Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. You cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bro.
Yeah, that's how we do.
But the homie just played me, bro. The House of Consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro.
Ain't no hip-hop show like this with right knowledge like this. They be talking that pseudo shit. That's real. That's real. Like, I mean, that's why I know it ain't gonna grow and be as big as the pseudo shows, because you can always get bigger with the pseudo-isms and the romanticisms. Thanks for appreciating that song, Tahuti. Peace, I see you. Yeah, you can always get further with magic and shenanigans and boo-boo and all that stuff that they fool y'all with. Why everybody got to scream on YouTube? That make me want to lower my voice right now and not get over incited for the sensationalism of thinking I'm going to keep my viewers listening because I'm hecka excited about what I'm talking about. It don't take that sensationalism for white people to learn something. And in fact, in building their knowledge and academia, all of that sensationalism has been taken out of it. You're not supposed to be in front of no classroom all passionate. That comes from blackology. Like you a preacher. You got to get the spirits of the people. That shit fake. So when I start to see the people who do it like that, I already know they relying on sensationalism. You know what I'm saying? You already ain't 100. You already ain't got enough information to be live streaming how much you talking about, but you just got to keep on streaming because you want to build your page. So you talking about shit you ain't even qualified in. Anyway, I want to show something because there are a few good things that I just found on this map. And we can keep on going in. I want to make a lot of relevant points in regards to Kush, Kerma, and all that stuff. It's all the stuff we need to really trip off. It's really a lot of stuff to trip off. Check out this. Let me show you. We back on this map. Now, let me see if I can, will they let me make it bigger? No, this is a map. For some reason, I gotta make it bigger like this. Let's deal with this map. Let's just deal with all of the everything real quick. Because this map is interesting. We see the Nile Delta. You see it's green, because just like we talked about, we know why it's green now, right? We know it's green because all of this really softer substrate. All right. Again, I think it was the limestone substrate. All right. That was so much easier to carve through. The Rosetta Stone, let's think about it, was found up here. Let's just go in. Come on. I want to just break all this stuff down to put our studies in the context. The Rosetta Stone was found right here, bro. This is Rosetta. So who was this written for? It wasn't written, it was in Greek, Hieratic, and what? Medu, right? It was written for people coming off this sea. You feel me? We got other trilingual inscriptions found further down here, even further down here, but we're going to talk about all this stuff because people think they know what they're talking about. They trying to say the people up here influenced all this goddamn culture 4,000 miles down the Nile where you couldn't even get there if you was white because you didn't have no sunscreen. Period. What you think was different about sunscreen back in the day? You think the sun changed? Shit, that's going too deep into Africa. I'll show you books. Now, don't get it twisted. They conquered the whole Africa in the 1900s or the 1800s, not back in the, you feel me? Ain't nobody got enough technology to be coming from way up there back then and to forge themselves as foreigners all the way down to these areas that I'm showing y'all, past the Fifth Cataract. But we're going to start going in. Because here we see Napata. All right, we see it written in Medu Netter. You see my mouse? NPT. That's all we got. So we call it Napata. You know about Napata Playa? All right. Some of the first, basically what they call stone hinges, found this far down the Nile, where you cannot even argue that them people ain't black. Then we get to Moreau. Okay? And let me just put this in Google for my good brothers, because I want to do this. Look. Now, sometimes if you don't know a word, you got to figure it out. Let me see something. I want to see something real quick. I'm sorry, this is what I be doing. I'm tripping. I'm chilling. We got to get to the bottom of this. I know I'm putting Moreau definition. And I'm doing it for a purpose. Look.
Meroe.
Okay? So let's get that clear.
Meroe.
Mer-O-E. So
Meroe.
that's where we at right now, all right? Moreau. Meroe. Some people say Meroe. Moreau. Meroe. All right, look how far down. The map ends here, basically, but it don't end, because we could go to Khartoum or Kush. But what I'm trying to point out is Meroe is far down the Nile. So far down the Nile that you started back going up north for probably like a 5. Well, if this whole river is 4,000 miles, you at least going back up north 400 miles right here on man-powered vessels. Okay? How's all this significant? Because we need to understand the flow of the culture out of Kush, down the river, into Egypt. Also, this is Nab to Playa, so I made a mistake. I mistaked Nab to Playa with Napata. But there's a burial site at Napata that's very interesting. But look, Egypt way up here. Here go they first known, Combo, Nubia, or the city of gold. Okay, so when Egypt wanted gold, guess where they went? Down here to Combo in where it say Upper Egypt now, because Egypt became more powerful and took over this area. Ain't no Nubia no more. But in between the first and second cataract was Nubia. But see, they got the first cataract. And so in between this right here and that, they say was Nubia. Right here say Lower Nubia. Whatever. I just want to keep on. I didn't even want to get stuck on that. You know what I'm saying? But as you start to see, if we look into a lot of the Nubian pottery and stuff, all that shit, you find all that stuff way down here. Where they said it was out of Moreau or whatever, Meroe, when they said that the leading it's way down here. All right, I see I got a caller.
Call from.
Well, y'all back.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Ujao.
Hotep.
Hotep, peace, what's up?
Yeah. So I'm back in, man. I don't know if you're still building on Nubia, but that's a touchy topic right there that we've been touching on for about 10 years now. So
I know. I always add what you guys taught me about that term to everything I'm saying about it. How they use this term to basically relegate what they call Black Africans and to put a border on what they said was Black
yeah,
Africa. You feel me? But in preamble of that, my stance too. I think it do has some sort of etymological roots and what have you. But what I was just building on, I don't know if you can see the screen, was how the culture came
I
downstream.
think I'm a delay from your screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but still, how the culture came downstream, and how Tasseti was one of the first nomes of Egypt. And so, but at one time, Tasseti stood alone as what was known as Nubia in early pre-dynastic times. And so I was just placing a lot of emphasis on that. But if you had anything you wanted to add on any of the builds, and then we could go back into the glyphs since we got you here.
Okay. Well, now the only thing I would say, well, not the only thing, but what I always do is I just tell everybody what will really clean up a lot of stuff, not everything, but a lot, is if we just stuck to the indigenous terms. Because I think that the word Nubia is a really big problem. Not intentionally, but it becomes a big problem because of how it's used in scholarship and by Breasted and the early Egyptologists, and how they just changed the word Negro to Nubian in the autobiography of Uni, and when they talk about going into the southern region, and they flip flop these terms, and now we get lost, and so people don't understand that Nubia, the people of Nubia, are the old Egyptians, technically the old Egyptians, because they were inhabitants of the city of Nubet, or Nub, which is Kom Ombo and Ombos, both of those cities, and those are within the Egyptian borders that they're trying to call Nubia. But what they did, they extended it down, the term Nubia, to also include Ta Nehisi, and then you got Kerma, Kush, and all those places down there. So they just lumped everything under the term Nubia, to where now it's confusing, to where you got a bunch of silly arguments today that Nubians are different, there's no blacks, and then the whole black thing, the whole blackologist thing. And so I always keep saying, to kill all that noise, if we just go by the original terms that the Egyptians knew all these places by, and we'll see the picture real clear, because you got regions. You got Tamehu, which is the northernmost region. Then you have Tameri, Tasseti, Tashimau, Ta Nehisi. All these major geographical areas or regions were known to the Egyptians. Some of them converged and some of them didn't. Ta Nehisi did not lay down, but Tasseti did, Tashimau did, Tamehu did, and Tameri. So all those converged and became the Egyptian culture, but Ta Nehisi stayed on the outskirts down to the south. And we would know that.
Yeah, that's good knowledge. And I was trying to pull up those terms as you said them on the map so people could clearly see everything that you're talking about. You see right here, Tamehu. Well, it's lighting up everything, but if y'all see that blue, Tamehu is clearly saying what he just said as Lower Egypt. And then let's see if they got it written on here. Where it's
go down and you see Tashimau for what they call Upper Egypt, right there.
Oh yeah, there you go. I missed it. Tashimau right here, Upper Egypt, and then they keep classifying. I mean, but this is weird because I don't know if all of Lower Nubia should be considered Wawet, but whatever. I'm not about to oppose that. I like this map. It's one of the most detailed ones I've seen with the Medu Netcher. So I'm not about to.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
No, but if you go down Wawet, now remember, because you and I went over this like years ago. We went over this is the same map I used that you're showing, but you and I went over the autobiography of Winnie. Remember, and in there it talks about how the king ordered his main man to go gather soldiers from down in these regions and then start naming all these places.
Yeah.
So Wawet, that what you're looking at right there on the map now, is an area within Ta-Nehisi.
You're right.
Because all of that was Ta-Nehisi, but the map that you're showing doesn't say Ta-Nehisi except for on the left hand side. Like keep going down. If you scroll down on the map.
Or maybe I need to make it.
And I know there's a delay.
I didn't see Ta-Nehisi on here for some.
Nah, it's there.
Okay.
Go
at the bottom.
go to the left where that figure is, where it said Nehisiu, Nubians.
Oh, okay. Yep. Let me see. Yep. You
See
right.
that figure on the left?
Yep. You got the Nehisiu. You're right. Other name for Nubians, Nehisiu.
Like Nehisiu. So that whole area is really called Ta-Nehisi. It doesn't say Ta-Nehisi literally on the map, but you see it says Nehisiu. Right there for all the people in Set, where you get Ta-Seti from, which is to pierce, which is the bow, and then Iyun or Anu, then Wawet, the Wawet you see it has it right there. So all those people are considered Nehisiu.
I'm mad
because they were
the Magi off.
Oh, yeah. No, keep going down.
Oh, they got him on here? No, he don't.
Wait.
But
okay.
You know what it was?
On the right.
Well, just like he explained that Winnie or Unes, I think the 6th dynasty, maybe 5th or 6th dynasty, he had, was it Harkuf? He had his boy run to Nubia to get some soldiers because some Syrians was invading. But the way that, just like Ujahu pointed out, since they mix up the terms, they say he went to go make slave armies out of Negroes, or went to go make slave armies out of Nubians. But if you look at what Unes was going through, it's almost impossible to say you had some beef with some people. You sent your one man to go round up 10,000 people. How he do it? Like how many people was he rolling with? If he was rolling with enough people to make a slave army out of 10,000 people, then he could have just fought the war with them. You know what I'm saying? And so it kind of shows some diplomacy that they tried to write out of the inscription of Unes by saying he formed slave armies. And these are some of the things opponents of, African Egypt, basically, I would say. They want a Mediterranean Egypt. Some of the opponents of African Egypt try to use that. And I'll be like, it ain't really worth too much. I mean, it's kind of show the depth to some people's studies as well. But
that's an important thing to look at, how early Egyptologists just took the word, because we know it came out of a racial context where they were trying to exclude so-called sub-Saharan Africans out of the conversation about Egypt, and so anybody that's below Egypt's borders was considered black, and they referred to it as Negro or Negroes, and then that word just simply swapped for Nubian, and that's where the confusion comes, because there's a valid ethnic group of people, Nubians, but then the scholarly word Nubian been applied to everybody who's black, who's non-Egyptian in their eyes, and that's just really false, because Egypt had two places called Nubia. I mean, the way we say it in English, but it was Nebut.
Right.
I think you showed it. Ombos and
Ombos. So look, here's one on the screen as he speaks of it, and you see it was written with a gold chain. I mean, I love pointing that out because it just. So what if y'all want to call it black or white? Who rock gold chains? I don't care. And so it's written out like this. I mean, what I meant, and I could say that in different ways. I could say, what is culturally, traditionally, a African item of jewelry? I mean, a gold chain, but it was the city name was written as such, as we see
Right.
Nubia or whatever, and then there would be another one a little bit higher. Is that by? Yep, right here. I found it. Nakata. Y'all see that on the screen? It says Nubet, and it got the gold chain next to it. So just how he pointed out, both of the quote unquote cities of gold. What else do you know Egypt for? Let's just be real. What
Yeah.
resource was Egypt touted to have so much of? You will not find a gold mine in any of these areas. You can just go look up. There's only one active gold mine in Egypt right now. But back in the day, it was just like one that they had in the eastern desert at Wadi Hamada or something, but it didn't produce much. So they had to hook up with Nubians in their first nome in order to get this trading commodity that was so useful in these areas. And we got
But
to talk about that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say what's interesting. If you can go back to Nakata on the screen, because I know, and there's like a little delay from me.
I think it's
but,
right here. I'm gonna pull it right. It should come up in a moment, but I think people will be. I'm seeing it now.
Okay, Nakata. Yeah, yeah. Now, it's really interesting for people to pay attention to there, because this map says Kom Ombo for the southern one, and they say Nakata for this northern one. But the term on the maps now, if you look at it on a different map, it'll say Ombos. So you got Ombos and then Kom Ombo. But now the reason why they have Nakata there, that's an archaeological word. That's used in archaeology for the archaeological site, Nakata 1, 2, and 3.
Exactly.
And so the pre-dynastic, whenever we talk about the Badarian culture, the Nakata culture, whatever, these are emerging cultures that help create the Egyptian state itself. And so what that's really saying is that the original Egyptians that was part of the seeding people were the original Nubians, because they were in a city of gold. And that's what people got to understand.
So wise to point that out, because people fail to recognize these subjects. And some people keep it real. If you're just a wiki artist and you a Google and a YouTube scholar, you have to go into academia in order to get some of these jewels. I'm not saying you got to be in the school, but you can be going into academia by looking in some books that were written by qualified people. The reason why is you would never know about a classification of an early culture named Nakata if you just a YouTube blackologist enthusiast who just Googling stuff to prove your point. But what he just showed you here, look at the areas that are outlined in red. This is the area that they qualify as the Nakata culture. Look, it don't go up into Lower Egypt. The developing cultures of Egyptian society was in Upper Egypt, just like we point to you, just like your head is at the top and your feet is at the bottom. Upper Egypt is upper because of a reason. And I mean, again, it's clear to see that the developing cultures didn't even get far up into Lower Egypt.
Yep, and that's it. But all people have to do is look up Nakata culture, and they'll look at the pottery, they'll look at all the material culture, and they'll see that it's a continuation into the Egyptian culture proper, and so that people can't deny that. But I think what will clean it up, like I said, is if people just get hip to the actual terms, like Wawawet, Irdet, Nahisi, Ta-Seti, Ta-Nahisi, and all these different terms. If we stick to those terms, I think people will benefit from that. Because
I agree.
I don't use Nubia I mean, I know what everybody talks about when they say Nubia, and when it's not a problem, I just let it slide. But when we actually talk about Nubia, I make it a point to point that stuff out, because the scholarship is real confusing. It confused a lot of people, because you get these terms, they swapped it just for Negro, and then you got the Nubians, the Nubian proper people from Nuba, and those are people who had their own beefs with their brother or sister tribes, even to this day. And so, so it's real confusing. But if we just use the terms, it's not, because the Nehisiu are clear.
Mm-hmm.
They never bowed down. They never folded into the Confederacy. And at the unification, they didn't unify. They stayed separate, and that's that. Everybody else did. Everybody else laid down and got up under the Confederacy. So if we explain it like that, it's real simple. And they formed their own. They formed their own culture, their own kingdom, Kush, the kingdom of Kush. That rose and fell at the same time.
So I agree. Manu Ampim. I mean, when we talking like this, when we got people in the chat who helping me with Medu Netter, then we definitely could say Ta Nehesi. You feel me? Or Nehisi or whatever. But I think I got some people who are interested in this but don't really know as much as we do. But for the record, the areas that they call Nubia are called Ta Nehesi. Ta means land, and Nehesi was how the people represented themselves. But there are other aspects we should look into. I just put this on the screen so people can clearly see, because we was talking about the black top pottery earlier being one of the first high, advancements in the ceramic industry, and we can see right here it's they got it at the Nakata Culture 1. And in Nakata 2, we start to see changes in the pottery. And by Nakata 3, we see completely different styles. But this blacktop pottery, which is known for being found south more in Kerma and stuff, show you who the first people there was, or where they kind of was from, since we know this to develop in those areas. And so, I mean,
no, that's perfect, because that's a direct link. Because Nakata, we can establish Nakata to this very day. Nakata is in modern day Egypt's borders, so nobody could deny that. Then you look at the pottery of Kerma, and it's blacktop. You look at the pottery of the Nakata 1, 2, 3 culture, blacktop. So the flow of this cultural items. They're flowing from Kerma, which is south, down, going upward direction, which is down the river, into this area, and that feeds the Egyptian culture. So it's undeniable that's the case. I mean, so I don't want,
And it's not even really being denied in Egyptology what's happening anymore to an extent like it was with the earlier racist Egyptologists who wrote all these old books that these pseudos keep going to come up with the Mediterranean Egypt claims and stuff. You feel me? And so I was like, man, you got to be, and a lot of that actually being attributed to what we call pro-slavery literature, is because it went along with this racist theory. See, if we don't know that the first schools of Egyptology come up out of racist Germany, we probably won't understand how easily and so readily they could say, oh, none of this was black. It couldn't have been black.
Yeah.
It was because it was during Hitler's time when the first school of Egyptology was set into place and the first excavations started happening. So imagine if they came back after being funded by Rockefeller and they got this racist ass view in their world, and they come back and say, look, I seen monuments greater than anything we've built, and it kind of looked like the people we're trying to vilify on this earth right now built them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right, and they can't, and it makes sense. That's why, can't microwave not any of this. But, even to add to that, if you look at your map, like you had the map of that whole region, we all know that the Nile flows from high elevation to lower elevation, which for that area is a northward direction. So cultures go downstream. Like that's a known fact in anthropology. When you're dealing with river cultures, they don't tend to go upstream because it's just harder work. It's less efficiency. So just that alone, with all the stuff that we just said, but then you have the element of the people coming from the south. They were traveling over time. They were traveling north, bringing customs and culture with them and whatnot. They did run into people, so it's not like Lower Egypt was empty. So there's people there that converged from the Sahara and all these other places as well. And so I think people need to just soften up on that. I'm speaking about the blackologists because it's extreme on both sides. Because you hear people say, Egypt was black, as if no
Other people
Middle Eastern, other people were there and stuff like that. So we have to understand how it came about. So the general statement is that the administration of the kingdom and the culture came from the south, but the peopling of all of Egypt came from multiple directions. And if we stick to that, like those two general statements, you can't lose.
Yeah,
because we can support that with the facts.
That's definitely a good point. If we go to Norman Pallet, obviously, just sharing this for the viewers, we clearly see in whatever conflict that was happening on this palette, two different people are trying to be depicted on here. These are the people who were there. You know what I mean? And it says, by my best research, this says wash. We see the sandal bearer over here, kind of like looking a little bit different. I'm not going off lookership, but we clearly see that it was somebody there that he had to smite upon setting up the kingdom. So if wasn't nobody there, then you wouldn't be nobody to fight. So we have to keep it in mind. What I brought up was called the Gardener's sign list. A lot of us are familiar with Gardener's sign list if we study Medu Netcher. It's basically a classification of the icons that we have in Medu Netcher in order for us to refer to them in another way. The reason why I brought this up is because of something I noticed when researching. Why does it say parts of bird? I just want birds. But I'll go with parts of... Oh, birds. I'm tripping. It's right before it. I'm just going to get to the chase. All of these birds ain't even Egyptian birds. Some of these birds are non-migratory terrestrial birds that are found south of Egypt. But we find them in the beginning of the ancient Egyptian scripts iconography. You see what I mean? We find birds that are not indigenous to Egypt that come from the south in their alphabet. And that's kind of telling when I get to my favorite one, which is, where's she at? It's right here, G21. But I can't click on it right now. I'm going to find it where I could click on it to show y'all. Because I would like to, I'll tell you about it. G21 is a non-migratory, meaning it don't leave its area. It's a terrestrial bird, like an ostrich. It don't fly so much. It's called a Numidian guinea fowl. Or Numidii, something like that. Yeah, and it's used for the word to describe the people who lived in the southern areas of Egypt. But it's in it was used to describe them as early as Unes. I think I see that in Unes or Winnie. in the fifth pyramid, in the fifth, sixth dynasty. I think it's the sixth dynasty. I would look that up, whatever. I know it's close enough. But it's the old kingdom. But what that's saying
That's
is...
in Pepe. It's in Pepe's pyramid text, too. That's all over the pyramid text.
Is that right? Well, there you
Yeah,
have it. It's saying someone, the people who created this language, observed a bird that can only be seen in these areas, you feel me, before they created the language or before they wanted to express this foaming or whatever. You know what I mean? Before they wanted to make that sound, so to speak, the neigh. The neigh, and it's called a neigh bird, and I called it the neigh bird in my work. So that's very interesting. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the only non-migratory bird found that comes from the south. All of these animals ain't even in Kemet. You know what I'm saying?
And to what's crazy is to actually add to the common sense side effect of what you're saying is that you do not see tiger glyphs. You don't see polar bear glyphs. You don't see glyphs from these other places. I mean, you don't see glyphs. You don't see animal or flora in the glyphs from places where people claim that the Egyptians came from. You know, you don't see Asiatic tigers in the glyphs. You don't see polar bears. You don't see these other animals and plant life and stuff that are coming from these other regions that people tend to claim that the Egyptians, you know, who were the Egyptians or where the Egyptians came from. But yet you see glyphs that are indigenous to the Nile Valley corridor, all the way from the Mediterranean, all the way down to Khartoum, where they're now all the way down to Lake Victoria, basically. That whole Nile, not just the Egypt Nile, but the whole Nile, you see flora and fauna. So I'm just speaking to your point, but you don't see the opposite though. And so that kind of adds to the conversation to kill the noise. But it's in Pepe's pyramid text. Actually the word is Nehi. Right there in the pyramid. I can't show you, but it's pyramid text of Pepe the First, sixth dynasty. So the word is there even for the actual word for the pronunciation. You said Nehi, right there.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to look up this bird. I just wanted to show people it, but I mean that's interesting to me. How do you spell Guinea? Guinae? EA? I think it's EA fowl. FOWL. Let me see. All right, here we go. It said it don't exist, but anyway, I should let Google fix me. Google knows everything. Hold on. I popped that in Google. It can fix everything for me. Helmeted guinea fowl. See?
Yeah, it's right there. It's in Wikipedia.
Yep. And so I just pulled it up, and you see it says mainly south of the Sahara. I don't even have to say too much more. Right there it says the helmeted guinea fowl is best known as the guinea fowl bird and the only member of the genus Numida. It is a native to Africa, mainly south of the Sahara. It has been widely introduced, but we talk about ancient times when you can't widely introduce nothing. Their name was signified, look, by a bird. Look at the area of the bird. So you yeah.
No, but hold on. Now check this out. Yeah, that's the area of the bird, but that's all sub-Sahara, right?
Yeah.
And I don't even like saying that.
I don't like that either, but we could do that forever. But keep going. Yeah.
No, but what's interesting? Okay, so listen. This is what people got to know. That before Egyptology began, and even at the early baby stage of Egyptology, the scholarly people in Egyptology did not travel south. They could not travel south of Egypt's borders. They didn't want to do that. Like even the Greeks, the Romans and stuff, they only went to a certain extent, and that was it. and it was because they had so many problems trying to penetrate further south to go down the Nile. And so they were trying to find, remember, they were trying to find the root of the Nile, and they never found it until way, way, way later. I mean, that's a story a lot of people should be familiar with. So if they didn't even travel there or even know the beginning of the Nile, but yet we're seeing multiple evidence of birds that's migration pattern is what you're showing on the screen, a bunch of other animals and stuff that are indigenous to this area, then it tells you that where the Egyptian culture, was seeded from. You know what I'm saying? That just adds to it because they didn't even know where the Nile began. But here's this bird, Numididae, guinea fowl bird, is coming from this area. And and they're using it in the glyphs for a writing system as early as the beginning of the writing system, because it's in the pyramid text and whatnot. And we know the pyramid text is found further north than the area we're talking about. So how is that?
Yeah.
They had to have been familiar with this animal, so much so to incorporate it in the inventory of glyphs and to use it and to put it in the system, like it's and everything. So it's
just
not
to add
coming
on
from
to
the north.
that, just to add on real quick. Furthermore, they put it in the name of the people who represent the South.
Right, Nahisi. Exactly. Not only in the glyph of the name, but it's close to the meaning and the pronunciation of the bird itself, the Nahi bird. So it's Nahisiu or Nahisi, and the Nahi bird.
Mm-hmm.
Today we got the taxonomical name of Numididae guinea, but they didn't call it that. They call it Nahi bird. Mm-hmm. And then the people there, Nahi. Now, I know we did a research project trying to figure out the meaning, the etymology of the word. And, right now I think there's a couple of hypotheses for that. I don't think there's anything concrete for what that word actually means, because some of them say it means, gobbledygook, mumbling, prayer, and certain things like that. So maybe we could pick back up on that and try to find some definitive answers on what it means.
I'm just, for people, if they can still see the dictionary up in the, can y'all still see the dictionary?
On your screen?
In
the right-hand corner, yeah.
But I want people to see all the other terms, the majority of the other terms where this neighbor, that's the neighbor y'all see. But watch what these terms be like. Look, medicine, it's going to be like prayer, medicine, all type of stuff. When the neighbor in it, it's kind of telling. But let me make the, I don't want to get, why is Nehes right here for awake? Because Nehes is sometimes rooted in prayer. But let's try to show this to prove it. So to sting an insect, okay. And again, I only got 2 with medicine and drug. Let me put the Y at the end, a lowercase y, and see what happens. They got 9. Nubian. But they really just saying a person of Ta Nehesi. But look, right. Here go the neighbor again. What? Be glad to rejoice. The neighbor from Nubia is used in eternity and forever, but not in conspire or tremble. I'm not being silly though. I'm just showing you. Most of the words on here, I tripped off that a long time ago. I was like, why these all good words? Like it'd be like, watch. I mean, for real.
But see, that's what I was saying. I think we need to pick back up on that project because I think there's 3 hypotheses for the meaning of Nahisi. One is to mumble, the other one is prayer, and the other one is to jab or to sting from like an insect. And so scholars are not concrete on that, on which of those that it deals with, and it's the word for the bird itself. So
I guarantee you we can't find too many academic sources that look at it from the angle we're looking at, because the I got a lot of that information out of Gardner's work, but he didn't go on to address the connection between the people in southern or in Ta-Nehisi with, you know, that being an icon in the old Egyptian vernacular or whatever script. You know what I'm saying?
In the script.
Yeah.
Right. Well, but it should be clear, like I said, the general statements that nobody can refute is that the administration, the seeding administration of Egypt came from the south. The people of Egypt came from multiple areas. And if we're going to identify Egypt as Egypt, what makes Egypt Egypt? It's not the genetics, because there's multiple genetic populations within Egypt. So what makes Egypt Egypt is the culture. So where is the seeding of the culture? The seeding of the culture came from the south, and it's a merging of that. But the dominant part of it came from the south, as people can see. I mean, it's just there. So this whole black and white thing, non-black thing, it's really just a distraction. None of that stuff matters. It's the culture. Like, it's a distinct culture.
So something I was going over the other day, and it would be cool if I could go over it with you, because you got a lot of knowledge in this field, obviously. It was TT40 from the Tomb of Hoi, and obviously this famous inscription that a lot of pseudos crop in order to say Egyptians did slave raids into Egypt. Corey, call in the phone number and tell us what you don't believe. I don't know if you could do a 3-way on Google Voice, but call in.
I think
with
he's
your
playing with you. He gotta be playing. He gotta be playing.
Call in with your contentions, bro. We spaghetti ready. What's up, Tamika? Did I say that right? I hope I did. And thanks for having that popcorn and watching and letting us know you tuned in. That kind of get me motivated to keep going. But I want to pull up something before we look at this whole inscription. And actually, the Tomb of Hoi is where Hoi was a viceroy of Kush. And if people don't know, a viceroy, to say viceroy in Medu Netcher, you'd say Sa-Nisut. Sa is a son. Nisut is the king. But we need to know here that the Sa-Nisut was not the prince. He's not in no way related to the king. And that's what people make the gravest error in trying to, let me see if they sharing. Oh, see, I'm on the real thing. That's why, hold on. Some people make a grave error when trying to look at this scene. You can't see the whole scene now because I just got y'all on a source of a guy who actually has the real photos. But I'm going to pull up the inscription in a second right now so we could deal with it. And because it's key, because we see 5 captains, or what they call, a lot of people like to call slaves, on this inscription. But what we learn from investigating is that, man, these are people coming from Nubia with their own tribute and procession. And however the 5 guys got caught up in this, here we go. This ain't the whole thing. I need the whole inscription. Here we go. This is at the actual Metropolitan Museum. So we're going to be able to get it in real quick, because it should get big and real pretty on the screen. Let's see. But a lot of pseudos use this one right here. Let me see. And I don't want to just be throwing that word around. Really, it's not the worst pejorative. Let me just say something about being a pseudo real quick. Hold on. It's bad that you are one, right? But let's get it real. We are acknowledging that you arrived at that point by bad research methodology. So calling you a pseudo ain't just like calling you a BAN, like yo, BAN. No, it ain't like being like you a sucker. It's just like your methodology allowed you to arrive at conclusions that are unsustainable, untrue, unrealistic, and all of these other things. You start to get classified as pseudo. Just pseudo. You coming up with information. I mean, it's pseudoscience, but that's not the worst attack on your character. Some pseudos could start coming with all right knowledge, and then they ain't pseudo no more. If you pushing forward, if you promulgating a theory that is you can't arrive at by using bad research methodology, you could just be a pseudo, and it ain't negative, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just keep it a buck. Like, that's pseudo. That ain't real. We don't be like attacking you like I want to beat you up because you pseudo. And so this is what a pseudo gonna do. They'll crop this image right here. I'm trying to get it to fit on the screen perfectly, but it won't. So look, they'll crop this image right here and have a book called Slavery in Egypt, or how the Nubians were enslaved by Egyptians. But
there's no slaves in the image at all.
Exactly.
It actually tells you in the glyphs. It says it's a tribute of the chieftains of Wawet. You can see the city's name, Wawet. You can see Hikanefer, and all that in the glyphs around it. I mean, we dealt with this so many times. Yep. I know it without even
by heart almost. Yeah, exactly. I know things about this thing that people don't know, like this. Look at this Nubian chariot. This is a Nubian chariot, but this is what I'm going to point out. 6 spokes and the axle on the back. But see, they always talked about Egyptian chariots having the axle in the center until they got into some fights. But I'm like, it's interesting where these Nubians built up with the axle on the back. But we could get very detailed about it, but I want to show some things. Again, one of the first things besides what my good brother just said, I'm going to do some lookership for a minute. Since I can't read it, I'm going to just beat them up with lookership. If these were slaves, why is the wife, are there significant, the wife and children, just for a lack of better terms, walking behind these guys free of bondage? If these were slaves, you feel me? There had to be some selection process that excluded the wife and children, meaning like committing a crime would be a selection process that could place you in bondage that would exclude your wife and children. I'm just keeping it a buck. I'm like, if this was like, because they call this a slave raid, literally, with those words. And so I'm like, well, the wife and kids could have did some work too. Y'all seen American slavery. It wasn't just about the men. And so that little bit of itty bitty lookership, it starts to bust up their theories just a little bit. Now, who knows whether later these guys were going to be servants? I would conclude that they were. But what we have to understand is, in this tribute, and like I said before, in this tribute to Tadak Amen, that's a bad tribute that's been that's a bad, whatever, they recolored, whatever. Let's not go there. I want to make my point that the only significant Egyptian in this is Tadak Amen, who's seated and being presented with something by Hoy, who is the viceroy of Kush, a blood Nubian. A blood Nubian. Here he is receiving the procession from Hakanefer, who's laying down right here with the double. See, he got 2 olive leaves as opposed to, You see, I mean, I said, why I be saying olive leaf? I don't mean to say that. Ostrich feathers. I said that in my other video, and I heard it back, and I got mad at myself. Like, dude, you said ostrich leaf. I mean, you said olive feather. But it's actually the double ostrich leaves of the Nubian, because just like Ujahu said here, it says Mes-er. What's the Mes-er? The great sun. I don't want to say sun is but it's basically a prince, a Mes-er. And I think this is Mayan, but I ain't reading this right now. I'm just referring back to my prior studies. But right here we see Hakah, and we know this is Hakah because we see the elder standing, and you see the little, it's a staff you should see. Hakah Nefer is the Prince of Mayam making this presentation. And so there's a lot to see here that I pointed out, and I'm pointing out again. Why? Just tell me why in an Egyptian inscription are the Nubians adorned flyer than the Egyptians? Because the only other Egyptians in this scene are them. They don't even got shoes on. I'm keeping it clear. I'm giving y'all lookership, but I'm giving y'all what they wanted you to see. They drew them with no jewels. No jewels. Plain straight hairstyles. You feel me? And don't be overwhelmed by that. Trust me, because this is a dynastic reproduction. I took you to the guy with the pictures first so that you can be clear. At osiris.net, you can actually see the real deal to see how it was colored for real. Again, I don't want nobody looking at that and be like, well, they look like that. I don't want to care. This is the time of Tadak Amen. It was all kind of different people in Kemet. I am not a blackologist. But what I'm pointing out to you is they got the olive leaves, the little stuff, the small little boo-boo tribute with these little skirts and no shoes, right? He don't even got on no shoes. Hoy. But why, when we get to the second register, all the Nubians begin to be wearing shoes? Why? Because this was a thing. You want me to prove how much this was a thing? Watch this. Tomb Ahoy. This was such a thing. You find shoes in this tomb. What? Beating their head in the ground. Tadak Amen was trying to be like these Nubians. You think I'm playing? Y'all think I'm playing. Luckily, they scratched out the feet so we can't see it, but I'm going to take y'all. Look. I just want y'all to see this for real. Y'all going to think I'm joking. You think I'm on one. Guess what else they found in the tomb of Hoy? Some of Tadak Amen's sandals. So it's funny to me that it was significant to them it doesn't say TT40. That's why I can't find it. It was significant to them, the stylishness and the way that Nubians came through. Nubians came through husky, bruh. And let me just show, hold on. I just want to show them this before if I need to turn the floor over. So anybody who think I'm pseudo for looking at this British Museum reproduction could just know that most of the research was actually done at osiris.net, and he provided really complete. I can't let you see it now because when I click into the photograph, it goes into a new window that's not broadcasting. But you can go there yourself and see all of the primaries. So then when you see the lighter hue women, you'll see, they didn't even, they lightened up the shade a lot. But that's not what we're on. We're looking for these sandals. I'm going to have to make a way for y'all to see these sandals again and again. Yeah, they wanted that Ta-Nehisi swag. It was true, and they pointed it out all the time. But let me show you. So, let me show you. Let me see, media source. Sorry, I'm behind the scenes. You still there, Ujahu?
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to add anything while I try to pull this up? Let me see.
Yeah, no, I'm following what you were showing.
Oh, okay.
But when you were showing the other image, though, it's got to be clear that one, we could date it because it's Hoi, who is counterpart to Tutankhamun, and then the people that are paying tribute. And if what people don't do is read the glyphs that are around that image and that scene, and it tells you that the people that are there, it's a few different groups in that procession, and then the group that you were showing was the great children of all of the lands. And so if these people were supposed to be, diminished and seen as the low of the low, they wouldn't use the word where, which is great, the great children of all the lands. And then they're giving gold and things. And if anybody knows the history of, and see, this is what people don't do. People fuss about whether the Egyptians are black or not black and stuff, or all this other distractive stuff, silly stuff. I say retarded, goofy stuff. And they don't get into the genius of the culture. Like, you ask people about information about the culture itself, they can't tell you. But they can tell you about some arguments about whether they're black or not. But what I was saying is during Amenhotep III's reign, he was very, very critical to what we're talking about right now. People may not even see the connection, where he elevated the value of gold to the point where he was making alliances with people of the South because of his desire and demand for gold. He was trading it for diplomatic purposes and doing other things with the gold. And out of him comes Akhenaten, and then from him comes Tutankhamun. And so all this is in that same era of time where these tributes were being made of gold because that was the thing at that particular time. There was trading going on. And so this is one of the tributes scenes during that time where they were bringing gold, a lot of gold. Because if you go back to the scene, you'll see the word noob all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
There was a whole lot of gold being brought. And they brought workers. So those guys, the people there are princes. They decked down like you were saying. And then even the people who were bound, it's like about 4 or 5 figures that are bound. Their arms are bound. Mm-hmm. They were still decked out.
They had on what they made a difference to point out that only one of these guys has on linen. The other one have on animal hides, or what we could consider, they were sometimes called those who wore animal skins as well. And so we wear animal skins to this day. So if Egyptians called the Nubians those who wore animal skins, oh, I'm sorry, I thought y'all could see it. Let me see. Hold up. There you go. You see the animal skins, like the little skirts. Those who wore animal skins. Well, wearing animal skins still survives to this day, and so I don't think that could have been a pejorative, like those who wear animal skins. But yeah, I wanted to show.
No, they can't do that.
Exactly.
They can't do that because the Egyptian priests wore animal skin. The leopard skin was of high value.
See,
and the kings wore a bull's tail. So I mean, come on.
Exactly. And
they
so
can't do that one.
So if we can show where these people were called those, of course, hella far south. But if we can show that the people were called that, I just want to make this point about the sandals real quick, so I can get them sandals off the screen. And now I just disappeared them somehow. So let me go back in here and see if I can make them reappear. Oh, there they go. All right, now look. I was showing y'all some lookership, and I didn't want nobody to be calling me pseudo, so I had to make this point. In the tomb where this inscription is, where the artisan took the effort to draw some people with sandals and some people without. These sandals were found in that tomb. So to be buried with sandals is a thing, was a thing at that time. How many of y'all want to be buried with your Nikes? Don't nobody want to be buried with their shoes right now because that's insignificant. Everybody got shoes. But imagine 5,000 years ago, and I think I made my point about that. Or, yeah, imagine like 4,000 years ago, they're proving it was a thing by not showing the commoner Egyptian, they're barefooted on the whole first register. Then we start to see the commoner Nubians with some shoes on, and they start to have these little things around their arms, like they start to get stylish. They're holding golden staffs and have these wigs that make them look like they got on blonde hair. You feel me? And Anpu is definitely from the South. We're going to talk about that too. But now, look, as the procession goes on, we start to see they start to get into different levels of royalty, right? But I'm looking at these people, okay, well, they ain't got on shoes. I ain't tripping. I'm just showing you a little thing. I don't want you to affix on nothing. What you should notice is the representation of the Nubians by Egyptians in a Nubian procession that was not mandated by no Tada Amen. You know what I'm saying? I think this is what bureaucracy or diplomacy in place, like we mess with each other. But look how they start look, and just like Ujahu said, now they got the gold. These are the first people holding the gold. They wasn't holding gold. They got gold tribute on this register, but we see them finally appear to be holding the gold on this register. And what? He got on boots, bro. I ain't even trying to go there. I'm joking. That's the darker skinned person standing behind the other person. So don't laugh at me. But it's cool to have some humor while you're teaching. Gold.
Well, let's say what that represents. In the art, in the Egyptian art canon, they alternated the dark and the redder hues to represent a crowd, represent plentiful amount of people. So they alternated, because you'll see that even with Egyptians themselves, especially in the Old Kingdom, they were lighten and darken every other figure to emphasize that there's a lot of people instead of just two. So, like right now, we're looking at two. It looks like it's just two people, but they did that to alternate the colors to say, okay, yeah, there's a lot of these. There's a lot of these.
That's good to know. So here we talked about the Numidi Gidify or Numidi Gidify, whatever. We broke it down. But look at this other animal that is not indigenous to Egypt that these royalty are bringing. It looked like a giraffe, but they holding it by some rope by its neck. So we know it's that smaller thing that looked like a giraffe. What's it called? It ain't a giraffe, but it got a long neck, and it's from quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa. I forgot what it's called, but it's on the screen right here. I mean, giraffes ain't from Egypt. But it's smaller than a giraffe, but it looked like a giraffe. I forgot. Well, anyway, it said the image on the sandals look as the arms are tied. Yeah, let's talk about that. And so they want to talk about how the arms are tied on these sandals, and it's me who concludes that the bow on this sandal that holds his feet to the sandal is the 9th bow on the sandal. But llama. I'm sorry, I'm tripping. Okay. But the reason why I say that is because they are the nine bowls, and you can count 8 bowls on these sandals, right? And so where's the 9th one? The 9 bowls are the enemies of Egypt. And so right here, these guys are depicted as enemies of Egypt, not by color or not by phenotype or anything, simply by them being an enemy of Egypt. And we could come to that conclusion because we got time periods where each member of the 9 bowls was a different city in Egypt. And so,
Right.
yeah.
I'm looking at the chat, and so I see that your dialogue done drew a few comments and stuff like that. And so what I would like to emphasize though, because I see bits and pieces of the resurfaced arguments that come up every seasonally, and we're never going to make any progress with these arguments. It's the same thing. Like, ever since I've been on social media, it's the same old tired arguments that are being raised, and it's always people who don't really study the culture and may not even be interested, which is fine. I'm not demonizing that, but people who have the most to say are not really interested in advancing the scholarship of the people or the culture. It's just an argument over whether I should feel good if the Egyptians are black, or if they're not black, I should feel bad, or because I'm seeing two extremes of the arguments. I'm seeing blackologists try to make everything black, and then I'm seeing anti-blackologists doing everything to make them not black.
Yeah.
Instead of just dealing with what everything is as it is. Like, let the Egyptians be the Egyptians. Like, what makes an Egyptian is not their skin color. What makes an Egyptian or any people the people is the culture. Culture is always king. Any student of anthropology knows this. Anybody who don't know this, they need to just leave it alone and just, go to Disney World somewhere and chill out. Because it's all about the culture that makes a people a people. Today, modern, we got this racial thing where, people are identified or grouped, categorized based on skin color, which is not really the skin color because nobody's really black. But we do this today, but that was unheard of in ancient times. You have Egyptians who were born and raised in Egypt, left Egypt, and became a non-Egyptian, wanted to come back home to get buried in Egypt. He had to be re-Egyptianized in order to be classified as an Egyptian to be buried in his home country. That's the tale of Senuhe and these other tales. So we got attested documents for days to show that it's not about skin color or anything like that. What makes a remich is not the skin color. So people need to let that go. Just let it go. Biology, nobody was studying DNA back in ancient times, so they definitely didn't group humans based on some DNA genetic population stuff. So leave that out the conversation as well, and just let it ride as it is. That's what people need to do. We'll get a lot farther. And I'm just seeing people just waste a lot of time arguing over stuff that they, I don't think people are really interested in.
I'm trying to hear what you're saying, Sheffrin. So why do we look at the Hebrew Israelites as crazy? Let me look back. If they wasn't black, I don't care that much. Okay, cool. But I what did the Hebrew Israelites say that I don't get it. I don't get the question. So that's me, not you. It's my lack of understanding.
If they wasn't black, I don't care that much. See, that's what I'm saying. People got to get off the black. See, people don't understand that this whole black thing is a banana in the tailpipe. The whole social construct of race, period. Black is a level, hierarchical class level. It's at the bottom. It's synonymous with the bottom. That's it. And every single study, every single human taxonomy grouping that you think of, it's always based on a hierarchy, and black is at the bottom. The Egyptians, to this very day, anybody that moves and leaves the country of Egypt, the Arab Republic of Egypt, comes to America and becomes a citizen of the United States of America, on the census record, they are white. They could be dark as night, but they're going to be considered and classified as white on the census record.
From that standpoint, and I hate to trap you in, but I gotta ask a question. From that and I want to show my face to ask this question. So from that standpoint, do you want to be black?
Nah.
I know, right? From that standpoint alone, if you saying
that,
nah,
hold on. Let me make it clear. That is not a trap, because I've been saying this for years, that black is a level. It's not an identity. I don't identify like when we say I am, like people gotta get off that identifying with a color, because that color is synonymous with a social level, and black is the bottom. The whole social construct of race, it's a social construct. It's a real construct that affects us, but we got to know what it is. It's not a biological construct or nothing like that. Black is synonymous with saying like level 1. The top level is, the color for the top level is white. So when people say white privilege, like duh, level 4 is privilege, is a privileged level. So black, saying you're black and stuff like that, that's all part of the social pressure and condition over time. But that's the bottom level. Black was considered the bottom level, and you fall in that category, you're considered black. That's it. So really, it sounds crazy, but we should want it. Like, okay, let me ask you this: you play video games, right?
Yes, sir. I mean, kinda. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, you familiar with video games. I mean, we all played them, or whatever the case is. All right, so look, when you first get a video game, we always start off on level 1. But do we ever want to stay at level 1? No, never. We always try to accumulate guns, ammunition, money, or whatever in the game to advance to the next level, the next level, the next level, the next level. So we want to be at the higher levels. So let's look at the social construct and how it's laid out. Level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. It's just that they supplanted those levels with color names: black, red, yellow, white. So level 1 is synonymous with black. Now if we want to start off this game, we start off level 1. Okay, we start off at black, but we want to be level 4. We want to be white. We want to be at level white.
That everybody can't understand just because everybody can't understand what you're saying, I'm gonna have to disagree. You feel me? But I hear what you're saying, but I can't see it like that. It's because I'm so, I guess, as a person, married to the way I identify myself. That
I get it.
You feel me? Yeah.
No, I understand it. No, I don't expect. That's why. If I were to say, see, as I'm saying it right now, I'm explaining a little. I'm giving a little context to it. So I wouldn't say anything I'm saying just without any context. Like, okay, no, you should be white. People look at you like you're crazy. Like, what do you mean? And that's because of what you said. It's just unfortunate people identified with a misnomered color, because we're not really the color black. We got to understand that. Like on your screen right now, you got the white picture with the black writing to the left and right of that. That's black. That's the color black. And people, we identify ourselves as black, but we're not that color, literally. So it's a grouping, and we're just using the color term for that grouping. But guess what? In the social construct, how it was constructed socially, black is at the bottom. That grouping is at the bottom. And anybody who doesn't understand that can take time to study the Indian caste system over there, how that is arranged. If people want to get to understand it, they don't use the color codes like we do, but it's a caste system, class and caste system, and we're in it. We're in one. That's it.
That's hard pill to swallow, but you making a lot of sense. You feel me? I told you the reason why I had to disagree, because of my marriage to how I identify myself, and not wanting to unmarry from that, but wanting to change the whole group status into a higher one. You feel me?
Nah, I'm with you on that because we all identify as black. So I'm not trying to say that I was born on Mars and all of a sudden I came here and I've never identified as being black or whatever. But when you know better, you do better. When we know better, because why do we learn anything? We learn so that we can apply the information, apply the knowledge to progress for our prosperity, our progeny and stuff. So the thing is that we don't want to be at the bottom. Everybody can agree we don't want to stay at the bottom. So let's leave the word black out of it. And everybody will agree to that. And then if everybody agree to that, then that ends the conversation. We don't even have to bring up the word black. So it's like are you at the bottom? And then people it'll make people think. If I say are you black, they'll be like, yeah, I'm black. But if I say are you at the bottom of society, it will force people to have a conversation. So I don't even bring it up. So I'm gonna ask you. I'm asking you right now. Are you at the bottom of society?
I hate to say that, but unfortunately, I'm not. Because a lot of my people are, but I ain't really. And I say
Right.
I'm a landowner. I own $1 million building. I own 5 acres in Fresno and 5 acres in Palm Springs. So I couldn't consider myself, you feel me? If it's a caste system, a caste is how you raised up through the society. And so I don't want to say I'm not black because of these things in the way that we were looking at them, like being relegated to not having certain things, but I do have certain things that would make me say I'm not on the bottom. Like a person who has suffered from all of these pressures on us don't got no, certain things that you should have, or, it's not about having things.
Wait,
But
I'm gonna prove something to you. Let me say this real quick.
Yeah.
So this is a real incident, right? And a lot of these happen. So let's take color totally off the table, totally out the picture. Forget about what somebody looks like. Period. All right. Now there are instances, and y'all probably heard this recent one, and I'm just paraphrasing the whole incident. There's a lady who was trying to make a business deal. And I think she was either selling a house or selling a business, or buying a house or buying a business. All right. Now, she was never seen by the other party, but she gave the impression that she was a white person on documentation, everything like that. They didn't see her or know how she was. And she was able to get the deal because of the picture she painted of herself, not physical characteristics, but her status. She painted herself having a white status, okay, not the color white, but the white status, privileged status, and she was able to do everything she wanted to do, and then later found out that she was black or considered black or what people consider black. Then it became a big controversy, a big issue. So I'm saying that to say is that what people got to learn how to do, and I'm not saying it's easy, but people got to learn how to separate social ranking and statuses in this construct versus identity, like what you identify as and who you are. And if people can start doing that, then we can maneuver. When they have to get wrapped up in it or confused about the word or offended or anything like that. So it's not about changing a word or whatever. It's about having an understanding of status in a social hierarchy, because we all live and we interact with the rest of society. We just got to know our place and how to maneuver. Like you said, you own land, you own property, and you don't consider yourself at the bottom. Enough said. Like, you don't have to say anything else. You have to say anything else. That's separate from who you are, though.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's a point I wanted to make, and that's why people might see, like, why is he Googling bank loan applications? But I was doing it to make a point, and just like he said, that's not who you are. That's kind of like what you have. And so under the impression or under the illusion that we're in a merit-based society, what you have and what you could do is supposedly matters in this society. But this isn't really a merit-based society. It's just supposed to be one. Meaning that if you've acquired half of California, then no one could be looking at you like, oh, you just black. You at the bottom. You feel what I'm saying? If you've acquired, I just went to say half of California to make a big claim. But let's just break it down, because 32,000 acres of the Bay, California was actually owned by a black man named Alexander Leidensdorf. And so, and this was before Cali even got set up. Actually, in 1845, when the first mayor or governor of California wanted to throw a ball, he threw it at the Leidensdorf house, because this black man owned, like I said, 32,000 acres, ain't half of California, but he owned a lot of land. And so even at that worst time in America, he wasn't even considered black. He's black. He's on the record as being black. It's say that, but socially, he had things. And he had the ability to do things. In fact, this brother owned the first steamship that was ever floated on the California Delta. It was owned by a quote-unquote black man named Leidensdorf, William Alexander Leidensdorf. All right, I'm about to have to pull him up to make sure I'm not giving out no bad information for the people. But I'm saying that to say, even in the 1800s, let's see, William Alexander, yeah, he popped up right there. Even in the 1800s, this brother right here, and obviously, you know, you got one drop of black blood, you're a brother. But they'll tell you he black in all the books. He was the first black man to do this and do that. And what I'm saying, in this American society, he was allowed to shake some of that, whether it was the quote unquote, I don't even want to say that. He was ready to shake the caste system in a way that people responded to him and relied on him in ways that you traditionally wouldn't look to somebody in the lowest level of a caste system to, you feel me? You wouldn't look to them for that. And so it's sort of merit-based if you can break through the invisible ceiling that's there to keep you in your caste system. But yeah, Leidensdorf.
Now that's a good example. And it supports what I'm saying. And I just want to be clear again, because people are very soft and sensitive when it comes to identity, because we suffer from identity crisis for so long that when on topics of identity, you gotta tiptoe like, you know, walking on eggshells. So what you just gave an example is to my point, that people need to really learn the difference between identity, or what identity really is all about, and the multi layers of it. So like for example, Sheffrin in the chat said that his credit score, his money gets him everything he wants, and not his color. So he's speaking to my point. Mm-hmm. But he says, I'm black, Negro, I'm color, and African American. So let's take credit, for example, right? When anybody pulls up their credit score, the average credit score, the range is what, 300 to 850? Isn't that the
850? I think it's 820, probably the highest you could get. Probably 850, but yeah, you're right.
Okay, so all right, so let's just use that example. So you got 300 to 850, right? Now, when you visually see the credit range like that, 300 to 800, they color code it. When you go to 800, 850, it's green. Mm-hmm. Prior to that is yellow, and then prior to that is red. Mm-hmm. So you got red, yellow, and green. Now, if I have a 400 credit score, I'm in the red. I'm red, but I'm never going to identify as red. That's the category of my credit status, red. If I had a 600 credit score, I'm in the yellow, but I'm not going to identify as yellow or with that credit score. And likewise, 850, I'm in the green, but I'm not green. Like me, my identity, I'm not green, but my status is green. What status? My credit status is green. My credit status is yellow. My credit status is red, depending on where I'm at. So guess what? Our social status, this is what people got to learn, how things operate, how things run. This social construct of race is at the same time a caste system. We made it an identity, though, and that's going to be hard for people to swallow, like you said. And I don't expect everybody to get it right away, but that's just something that people are going to have to get. And right now, nobody can refute what I'm saying. It's just something that people may not like, because black, identifying as black, nobody means that literally, especially Corey. Corey is high yellow. So Corey is not Corey, I'm sorry. Sheffrin. Sheffrin is lighter than me. And I'm a light-skinned person. I see Sheffrin lighter than me. So Sheffrin is high yellow. So we don't mean the color black, literally. So the question is, we gotta understand, what do we mean by that? It's like, okay, we identify as black, but what does it mean? And that's all I'm saying. If people ready to have that conversation, that's cool. If they're not, then that's cool too. So
that's good points you made. To address some of this stuff, I've been pulling up bank loan applications for the longest. And the reason why is because when applying for one of my first bank loans, I had an epiphany that I want to share with people if I could do it by looking at this bank loan. And we could talk about caste systems and things like that while we looking over this bank loan application. So the shortcut to it is like this. If you ain't got nothing to put on this application, you black. You're not really black, but you in the lowest caste system. You see what I'm saying? Let's change the color code of the caste system and call the lowest caste red instead of black, so people won't be confused by what I'm saying. Now, right. I'm just using this bank loan application to make an analogy, because what we're going to see is they're not going to just ask us for our credit score. That's only one factor, but this is an assessment of what you have obtained in life in order for them to gauge whether they should give you funding for whatever you're trying to do. So obviously the first part, business information, we get past that. The first legal question they want to know, is you a group? Is you by yourself? How did you obtain what you obtained? If you click sole proprietor, you're saying you obtained it by yourself. But let's look at the first things they start asking us. Annual gross sales revenue, projected sales for the year. This application can be made personally or by a business. These questions got to be answered. But it's giving us a little inclination how we can look at our status in the caste system by taking our skin color out of it, so to speak. That's why when brother was like, his credit score is this, and it do this for him, it make him kind of feel like he ain't black, so to speak. No disrespect, but I'm saying you could get a credit score that make you feel like you ain't black. When I walked in to get my Toyota Camry, it was a 2018, it was brand new. I walked in there, I signed a few papers. The dude walked out the back room with the keys and tossed them to me, told me I didn't have to give him no money. At that point, I didn't necessarily feel black as far as being on the lowest cat part of the caste system. If y'all can,
Now you change it to red. Now remember, you changed it to
red,
for the
exactly,
conversation.
that's right. So people won't lose it. I didn't feel.
No. But hold on. But you see what you just did. That's what I'm saying. Like we have to change, like you did, the color to red so that it won't trigger the emotional connection that people have identifying with the colors. And see, that's going to be the problem. That's going to be always the problem. We're always going to have to change the color like you did. Red. We got to say red just so people could disconnect,
Yeah.
and say, okay, I get it. I get what he's saying. Okay.
Yeah, because red represents stopping and negation and not being approved and all the things that happen to the people on the lower level of the caste system. And so then, again, let's go over this list. So now they want to know if you got your money by yourself. Now they asking you how much. But look, credit requests, how much you want from them. Collateral to be pledged. Now they talking about what have you really accumulated in life. See, you don't have to fill out this application to be able to be out of the red caste system. You could be yellow. If on this line accounts receivable, you could put anything. And I'm not simply, we're in a capitalist society. So we have to understand that you are being judged too by if not the capital you have accumulated already, you are being judged by your potential to accumulate capital as well inside of these caste systems too. That's why every rich ass black man is an anomaly. You feel me? Because they broke through their caste system. And I again, let's go further, because now they start talking about who are the other people, principal guarantors, who are the other credible people. If you're not a credible person, who are the credible people that are going to vouch for you? White or black? Oh, go ahead.
Let me ask you something. So I'm sure you're familiar. Like, if you went to the top, like go back to the top, please, where you were. I think you were on the top.
Yeah, it's just delayed a little bit.
It's a delay. Okay. So at the top somewhere where, because you said it, you said they first want to know, are you by yourself, or did you form an entity? Basically, are you a sole proprietor, a LLC, partnership, S corp, incorporated, or whatever the case is, right? So they want to know on the corporate level your legal status, and that's what it's under, right? I don't know if I can see it, but it's under legal status of the entity that's trying to borrow this money. So there's a corporate veil that's involved outside of sole proprietorship. So a lot of people will incorporate or get an LLC to buffer the liabilities, basically. So now check this out. So we understand it about business, but on the social side, there's another veil that we never use. And so what these applications tend to do is they try to pierce the social veil and not the corporate veil. The social veil, they try to pierce it and see your identity to be prejudiced against you, instead of just deal with your status and like fill out this application, because they don't require you to have a picture to submit this application at all. But they try to ask you questions that will lump you in a identity category to where they can discriminate and do things. Now, the laws have gotten better now, but that's how they used to do it, and they still do it to an extent today. And so what I'm saying is that the example I gave of that lady that I was talking about, she's a black lady, considered a black lady, but she did everything to avoid them knowing that she was black, because whatever she was getting, I forgot, it was something big time thing. And she got it. Then they found out. She said, like, yeah, I'm black, whatever. And it became a big controversy, a big issue, exactly. So what you're showing is directly to the same point, is that on paper, if you keep your social veil intact, it doesn't matter how you look. It's about your status that you can show on documents if you can keep that veil up, because if they pierce that veil, they will try to discriminate, and they got the demographics to show it. And that's just it is what it is.
Exactly. And so now we're looking at a document to apply for funding, but we're applying, we're basically deconstructing the document to even see why it's used and applying it to American caste systems and showing you this is basically like the cheat code. Basically, if you can answer yes to all of these questions, then you shouldn't be in the caste system of the people that they don't want to deal with. Let me show you what I mean. Are there any delinquent state or federal taxes owed by the business or principal? See? So if you can answer no, I meant to say no, not yes. If you can say no, we don't have any delinquent state tax, they know you probably ain't one of them. Feel me? Has the business incurred loss in the last 3 years? The business an endorser, guarantor, or co-staker for obligations not listed on financial statements. You could go on through it. I don't have to go to it, but what I pulled this up for was to show you that there's ways to look at it that don't necessarily got to do with the color of your skin, to where you can still see whether you're in the bottom of a caste system in a society like this. Hold on, where my phone at? Hold on. What's up? Hey, I'm about to press mute real quick. What's up? I'm about to send. Oh, you know what? This is he called in. I'm about to make a Zoom.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm up here. I forgot I'm on the phone, man. You got it. Yeah, I can't share screen.
Yeah, I know.
Can't
I'm about to do a Zoom link right now. He said send the link. I said it ain't no link. We on the phone. But while I'm
right.
All right, so we chilling. We about to go in now. Anybody in the chat, especially Sheffrin, you know what I'm saying? If you want the link, come and get it, bruh. You feel me? Come get this good link, boy. That's like get that work. Hold on. What I'm gonna do real quick is give y'all a little commercial while I get this Zoom set up. So if you got headphones on, you might want to prepare for some music that's coming on right now.
Yeah, and I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube.
You can still hear me?
Oh, they can still hear you? Yeah.
God, thinking you
I can
Islam
hear you.
Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech.
Okay, cool. It's all good.
Sub-Saharan terror about Kushite. I'm like,
Okay,
the agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels all blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed. You won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Tahaka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah 'cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look.
You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Medu I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. You cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. That's loud. I just woke up and had to make that song just out for the fun of it. Now we got the Zoom link up. Don't let nobody... Look. See, I'm like this. I don't be wanting to diss everybody. I don't want hella enemies. I definitely didn't come to this community to just to get hella enemies, you know what I'm saying? And so I choose my battles. Hold on, let me set up the Zoom. I'm setting up the Zoom. You ain't live yet. Hold up, let me set the good thing up.
Right.
Hold up.
Right.
Uh-oh, it's about to go down in the building. How do I do
Well,
this? They can hear you, but they can't
that?
see you yet. They can hear you, they can't see you yet. They can hear you, but they can't see you yet.
Oh, okay. What's going on, Whoop?
Nah, Ujahu said he coming in on the link too. I think he gonna beat you up. Hold on.
You gonna do what?
I said I think he gonna beat you up.
What you gonna beat me up for?
I don't know. I thought y'all had some. I'm trying to get the show. I'm trying to get some screaming going on. You know, YouTube ain't popping if ain't nobody screaming.
You ain't lying.
I'm trying to get a scream on my YouTube. Hold on. All right, now they can see you. See, this how we do. Okay.
I don't know how you managed to do that. How you do that? What you had?
Man, you gotta get your game up. You know what? I'm gonna sit with you for like an hour and we gonna get everything right. What you using to broadcast?
Well, I'm going to get a couple things, though.
What software you using?
I ain't using them, just strictly the Zoom. But
Oh,
they ain't gonna cut it.
Yeah, they got this free software. The software I use is called OBS.
Oh,
OBS.
that's Apple, right?
It's just a free software, OBS, for broadcasting. You feel me? So look.
Gotcha.
So one thing I noticed, I felt like, I guess like you ain't been wanting to take up the Black Egypt argument, and it seemed like to me you fell back to whatever it was, African culture. But I'm still one willing, I haven't had hella debates. I'm still one willing to take the Black Egypt argument head on. Specifically, Chief X, if you want to do it, don't keep leaving my name out. Because I'm going to bring you that homework. Don't talk around me. Don't be trying to, you know who ready. For real.
Right.
So he trying to talk around me but not mention me. I'm ready for that. I make you feel silly about that Nubia topic. As you see, from watching this video, you ain't got no response to this video. And so I just wanted to get you, I'm clear with you, me and you clear, but I'm just like, some arguments, go ahead.
Let me say this though. Wuja made a point, you made a point, and those points together express what I've been trying to say from day one. First of all, to be an Egyptian ain't got shit to do with a skin color at all. It's just basically a geographical region. But the culture that's Egyptian, to be an Egyptian, is to be a citizen, you know what I'm saying? And what does it take to be an Egyptian citizen? What does it take to be a Ghanaian citizen? Tribes, you're talking about the way you sacrifice, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about your customs, your traditions, you're talking about your pottery, right? I heard Wuja say, well, you can see this black top pottery coming from the Upper Nile flowing to this region. Okay, well, you can take that same black top pottery coming from the Sahara, and we can show the cave art. We can show different people with different complexions.
No, he said
So
he said the same thing you said. Yeah, y'all agree.
he
It's
left
coming
out,
from the sub-Sahara.
yeah, but he left out the green Sahara. I'm saying that this shit come from the green Sahara.
You talking
Not
about
just
wavy line pottery. Let's not be
wavy line
confused.
pottery. No, both. I'm saying wavy line pottery and black top pottery. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's
gonna be
cool.
my up and coming book. That's gonna be my up and coming book. I'm gonna show you
I
some
can't
shit.
disagree with that. What I can say is we was just talking about the development of it, like where you see the most pottery shards of blacktop pottery is in. I don't want to say sub-Saharan Africa no more. In the Sudan, yeah, you feel me? In the Sudan or in.
Facts.
It's not in Egypt. So even if you want to put it up against the Western wavy line pottery or the blacktop pottery that come up out of that, you said the Western desert when the Sahara was fertile.
The Sahara by way
fertile.
of the goddamn Western desert. How about that?
Yeah,
most people ain't talking about the Western desert.
I agree, and we also gotta talk about it like we talked about it before. They made wavy line pottery from fish bones, right?
Yep.
But they call it a desert now.
Yep.
But we find hella wavy line pottery in areas of the Sahara that's quote unquote deserted. So it's showing that water was. Oh, I can put the link up right here. Whoever needed. Well, I emailed it to Ujahu. What Ujahu at? Check your email. Ujahu, check your email.
Man, do you remember the course we took? Right.
They got to link anybody.
You remember the course?
If I know your name, you could get in. Yeah, I remember the course. Build on it.
Okay, all right. So the damn course was some groundbreaking shit back in 2000 and what was it? 2016 or something. When did we take that course, yo?
2014. I looked at it this morning.
14. Wow. So the point was, I'm trying to say that modern Egyptology has completely turned in another direction based off of research that was going on for the past 40 years in the Green Sahara. Okay, the white boy that we took that was an excellent researcher in Nubia, he was there, and so Egyptology is not even saying what they're saying. So, and then when you introduce the DNA evidence, which DNA doesn't even denote whether you're an Egyptian or not. You like, it's ridiculous. It's the way you do your thing is what make you an Egyptian, just like an American. How you eat your hot dogs, how you make your pizza.
Do you want to transfer the call to the vehicle?
Oh no. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You hear me? The way you make your pizza, the way you eat your hot dogs, do you put sauerkraut on your hot dogs? Do you put mustard on your hot dogs? How you eat your ice cream? Do you put it on a cone? These are things that make you an American. Okay, in the hood, we eat Chinese food, but it ain't no damn food you can find in China. No, like if I say yakami, don't nobody know what I'm talking about. You gotta be from Baltimore, Maryland to get some daggone yakami with some pork in it or some beef in it. They don't even make yakami.
I don't even know what that is.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Chef know what the hell I'm saying. Niggas in the hood know what I'm saying. So I'm eating yakami, lets you know that I'm not just a quote unquote American. I'm an American that lives in particular neighborhoods. You talk about this all the time. Wuja talk about this all the time. So to be African, right, with black skin and big lips was the racist standpoint. I've always said that was racism, white supremacy. Because they looked at Africa and called it the black continent. So when they did that, they was really separating portions of Africa. So they didn't go to South Africa, because them people definitely wasn't black, jet black in South Africa. And it wasn't jet black. The majority of people wasn't jet black in North Africa. So they played a little game with you. And Leo Africanus said sub-Saharan Africa, which is okay. So now below the Sahara, but we're talking about time periods there wasn't no Sahara. Sahara means desert. There wasn't no desert. There were river systems that all connected. And there were cultural flows. The rock art shows it. I couldn't hear you.
No, I think that was Ujahu coming in. Peace, Ujahu.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Ujahu's here.
Right. So the skin color is ridiculous, and the point is, look at Wu lighter than me. Look at you talking to me. So now y'all not African Americans, because all the African Americans is black as the Magi. So that's an African American. That's what the white boy did to you. He played that game on you. When you look to the cultural content, like pottery, spear tips, microliths, these are all found in Africa proper. You do not find grinding stones in Europe during these time periods that look like that. You do not find that pottery look totally different. The picks, you do not find that in Europe. All these things that show that these people was flowing back and forth. You don't find that in Europe, because we can go to Europe and find their pottery and identify it as, anthropologists will identify it as this type of pottery or that type of pottery. So the skin color was only the racism, white supremacy. So whenever we argue over skin color of the Egyptians, we're really arguing over the scientific racism, which was that point. Scientific racism denotes skin color. That's why the argument y'all had was so valuable about Egypt not being called the black people, because it really fell into the hands of the supremacists. Egypt, the black people, that was just crazy. Go ahead, Wuja.
Hey, peace. Y'all hear me?
Hear you loud and clear. You sound like you got a good microphone.
Oh, I'm trying to be like you, man. All right. So yeah. So I want to pick up where you left off, because I think that needs to be highlighted, because I think that's a very good analogy. What you did was pulling up a bank application, because everybody can understand that and kind of take it off of that sensitive argument area about identifying with the color black. Because based on your status, you can do something or you can't. If you're trying to buy a house, you have to have a certain status. But you have to have certain requirements met. If you're trying to buy a car or whatever the case is, they don't ask you if you're black, you can get this car or that car, or white, you get this or that car. It's about your resources that you have and can document. So if people can understand that, then we should also be able to understand that on the anthropological side of things, studying human culture and stuff, that culture is king. It's not about your skin color, it's about your culture. So Egypt is a culture, it's not a skin color. And so the Egyptians themselves are people who are members of the kingdom and who express a certain culture. And this culture was identifiable and distinct from other cultures, which made them a distinct people. It's just that simple. So whether the skin color is black or white, that's only a modern concern. That's through the banana in the tailpipe stuff we deal with today that really holds us back, because people arguing over that, they're never going to get into the genius of any culture. They're too worried about what skin color they were to try to fit them in the modern constructs that we have that really have no meaning. Like, so what? Like, if they're white, so if they're black, so if they're red, so if they're yellow, so what? Like, what next? Like, let's fast forward. Like, okay, if people who say that they're white, let's give it to them. Okay, the Egyptians are white. Now what? To the people who say they're black, okay, they're black. Now what? It's like, and you know what I'm saying? I mean, so to me, that's where we should be at in 2021. Now, if we were in 1970 and we were teamed up with Diop and Obenga and them knocking, challenging the scholarship of that day, we'd be having a different conversation. But here we are in 2021, man. It's over 50 years later. We can't be going decade after decade arguing over the same stuff. Just yeah.
Yeah, I probably don't agree with that part though, but go ahead. I might not agree with that part.
Y'all can hear me, but the other people can't hear me.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Because I had it going through the Zoom. All right, so here's the thing. Oh, no, I just threw myself off. I don't even want to speak right now. Go right ahead. I lost my thought of what I was going to say because I got caught up technically.
Hey, Wuja.
Oh, no,
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was trying to say if we can hear it.
All right, can you hear me, Wuja?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, thanks a lot, too, bro. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. You saw the note. I said better late than never or something. I forgot.
Yeah. But I wasn't even calling for that. I was on some other shit. But we'll get to it. So, I would disagree with you on the part of just worrying about, like, I don't mean the color. The color is ridiculous. I'm saying, like, we don't want to put at the center of African American culture another European type of culture. So that's why my argument has always been like like it's just the African culture. I think that should be the centerpiece, and then we can move to Greece and Rome and all that. So, but I would agree with you with the color part. Like, so what color? So what? So what culture does it produce? Since we all claim to want to build nations or kind of give us some type of like pick me up, right?
Well,
So I would agree with you on the color. The color is ridiculous because there is no one color to be African. Go ahead, Wujan.
no, I think you agree with me on the other part too, because I'm not saying like because you agree with the color being silly, but
Yeah,
what I'm
that's
saying is that what makes Egypt is its culture, not
Facts.
a color. So now we shouldn't change the argument from the silly color stuff to now the whether it's African or non-African stuff. That's equally silly because Egypt, to my knowledge, Egypt is still on the continent of Africa. I mean, so Egypt is a distinct culture, and it's an African culture. It's on the continent of Africa, and that's the case closed. Like there's nothing else to build or talk about or fuss about. It is to this day on the continent of Africa. It has always been on the continent of Africa. Therefore, it is an African culture because it is on the continent of Africa. And so to get into that argument is almost crazier than the color argument.
Well, since we know it's an old argument, and we know which sides the arguments have been pulling stronger towards, it gives us some insight towards how come my camera ain't even showing? Whatever. It lets us know who the people are or the depth of the studies of the people who want to have this debate. Because you ain't heard that debate and you ain't heard how it turned out. So, this is what you're doing. You're perusing old material and you're now getting your first pool of information about quote unquote ancient Egypt, and you want to now argue from some of these books that we've already been through and disregarded a long time ago. It's like somebody getting new into boxing, or it's like a yellow belt wanting to go against a black belt, so to speak. The yellow belt got his new techniques because he's not a white belt no more, and he like, maybe I could try this. But the black belt knows so much more about the martial art that he could possibly even teach you. I don't want to stay in that analogy too long, but people can kind of see what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I wanna say this about see, this is how silly it could get, right? And we gotta keep it simple and be hard pressed on how simple this could be. The Egyptians are Egypt is an African country to this day. It has always been on the continent of Africa. The Egyptian culture is an African culture because it's a culture that exists on the continent of Africa. And that's just it. As far as skin color does not make a people a people. Like look at today in America. Americans, we all are part of American culture, and it's not about skin color. It's about the culture itself. And then we can break down further the details of what makes a culture, the elements of or the components of a culture, from language to dress and food and all that stuff. But culture is the king. And so the issue of whether Egypt is a Mediterranean culture, we got to understand what that means. Because because when anthropologists use that phrase that X or Y is a Mediterranean culture, all they mean is that it's a culture that is in proximity to the Mediterranean Sea. And Egypt, we all know, the Nile dumps into the Mediterranean Sea. So Egypt is classified as a Mediterranean culture only because of geography, proximity to the Mediterranean Sea. So it's a Mediterranean culture, just like the other cultures that are in close proximity to the sea. That doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the fact that Egyptian culture is Egyptian culture. It doesn't change the fact that Egypt culture is an African culture. That's it. So
Yeah,
like
I get kind of retarded when it comes to that, though. Although your explanation is right, and that's exactly what Sheriff will say that, and Concrete Corey, man. Shout out to the brothers, man. In fact, they'll say the same thing, but I get infuriated with it because the way they was using it with all the vigor. I'm not talking about Corey and them. I'm just saying the early Egyptologists. They was trying to make it seem like it wasn't in Africa when they were saying that. It's a Mediterranean culture, so it needs to be a definition. When you say that, right after that, I need the definition like you just gave. Like
Yeah,
that's
you're
important.
right.
That's what I'm saying. We got
Everybody
to keep it. Yeah, we got to keep it simple. It doesn't mean anything. Like people try to weaponize these terms to win arguments, and all you gotta do is pull the plug from the argument by just keeping it simple. Okay, it's a Mediterranean culture, just like Mesopotamian cultures are Mesopotamian because of the region called Mesopotamia. You know, like duh. So it's like I don't. It's like. That's why I say it's kind of goofy to me, because it's like just kind of third gradish type stuff, like the obvious stuff. And so, I don't get into the black or non-black argument. 10 years ago, if you caught me out there, I would have probably argued. But I don't. It's just not worth it now, because it doesn't matter, because Egyptian culture is not what it is based on skin color. Because think about this. And we just now Smash just showed pictures of the Nahisiu or Nubians, right? The Nubians at all times in Egyptian art was distinguished from the Egyptians in the artist canon by painting them darker, either very very dark brown or black, in terms of how they portrayed them. So if Egypt was hard pressed on black, then Egypt should be Nahisi. Like the place called Nahisi should really be called Kemet. Everything just went black.
Oh, that was me. I did that because I was keep going. It's live though.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So I'm saying it's like the opposite. Egypt, if Kemet was named Kemet because the emphasis was on the skin color of people and that color being black, then the Egyptians portrayed their southern neighbors in that color. So it would make sense that the south of Egypt, the region south of Egypt, should be called Kemet. But it's not, because it had never dealt with color. It was never about color. Color is a post-slavery thing.
Wait. Can I ask you to say that again about the regions would be called Kemet? Please repeat that.
Okay, so here's the logic. There are people out there making the false claim that Egypt's name Kemet, the name Kemet, the Egyptians named their country Kemet to emphasize their skin color. Like the country was named after the skin color. The word Kemet means the land of black people, the land of black, land of the blacks, land of black people, right? So we know that's what they're saying. That's the claim. But now in the 3,000 plus year artistic canon of the artisans and scribes, they painted the Egyptians a certain color, generally the same color. This was a reddish brown, but they always painted their southern neighbors in black or very very dark brown to black. So what I'm saying is that based on that logic, everything south of Kemet should be called Kemet, because they portrayed the people south of them in black. So if Kemet was named Kemet for the black skin, then they should have called their southern neighbors' country black or Kemet. But they didn't, because it was never ever about skin color. That's all I was saying. It's never about skin color.
Yeah,
skin
that's
color.
That's an easy, obvious point that I'm sitting here wondering why I never thought of that before. But keep going.
No, I'm just saying that's how simple it is. I'm saying that the focus on color in terms of anchoring to identity is a post-slavery thing. That's a product or consequence of slavery and really us here in America, African Americans in a diaspora, because we have this disconnect from our cultural continuity. And so we have identity crisis. So this whole thing identifying with color and stuff is really a post-slavery thing. And we're projecting it back on these folks. And we should never do that. It was never about that. Human populations were never grouped based on skin color. It's not even done today, really. It's just a social thing to manipulate. It's a manipulation thing. That's why they ask you certain questions to be able to judge and discriminate. You know, now in 2021, the laws are catching up to it where it's harder to do it, but you go backwards in time. They're redlining home ownership and stuff like that, neighborhoods and stuff. They take demographics, they take these census and polls and stuff like that to be able to make decisions based on piercing that social veil and find out who you are. If you're not them, then they're going to discriminate. But that's it. Like people say, all money is green, right? You're not gonna not take a money from a white person because they're white, because you're like, hey, all money's green, man. Money's money. So it's the status. It's not about who they are, and they do the same for you. Oh, I think Unc got to come in.
I'm back. Yeah, I got it. I'm back. Oh, so what do y'all think the disconnect is, though? I mean, seriously, like, what is it? What was it? Our elders emphasizing the color and saying Egypt meant the black land, and in response to the global racism, white supremacy, that said the Egyptians was black, white Egyptians was ridiculous. Like, so, I mean, what you know, people like Chief X, like, he fight that. Like, some kind of way we got to pick.
He fight what?
African country to. So what do y'all think this come from? Like, what is it? It's a free thing, right?
I think, and I mean, Ujao's right. I just don't want to, I'm not down with taking certain shit, excuse my language, from people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some people can just die thinking that that's what it meant and it won't make a difference. You know what I'm saying? Because they researched that for so long, and now here come us new guys who got better tools. I don't want, quote unquote, Raketi Amen to have to deal with what we talking about. You feel me? Because we saying the truth. But I don't want, and I didn't, none of my statements I said about, I wasn't referring to the goddess when I was talking about that, or the great mother. I simply was saying, you feel me? You don't, like, some things you don't argue with your parents about either, right? Because you just like, I'm not about to waste my time telling Pops about that. He can just think what he want to think and be happy. Because it don't really make a difference. But when it does, when it's inconsequential corrections are just shouldn't even happen. Consequential corrections should happen. But if it's an inconsequential correct, if it's no consequence from that person making that mistake, then sometimes you can just go, yeah, whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of how I am with the Kemet, meaning black. I don't want to mount an argument against it, but I know enough to know that might not be right. You feel me?
So you the good cop.
No, I just choose my battles. You feel me? And that ain't one I want to spend time doing, basically.
Yeah, they already took care of that.
No, I agree with that, and that's how I operate. Like, even with the Nubia thing, like I don't mind people saying Nubia around me or whatever. I know what everybody means, but when it comes, I do things out of necessity. Sometimes it becomes necessary to like, let's table that word. Let's deal with Nehisiu and blah blah blah. Same thing with Kemet. You know, Kemet meaning, because I hear it all the time. Kemet means the land of the black soil. Some people say land of the black people and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, let's get into the genius of the people. You know, I'm waiting for that conversation. Like, forget the, skin color. conversation because that doesn't mean much. Really
So
doesn't.
okay, so maybe I'm just a petty ass nigga then. Yeah.
Why you say that?
Maybe that's it. Because I'm figuring like I sit there and watch Europeans in academia just go at it till they get it right. They not just because you older, especially in science, you could be a scientist to research the topic all your life. And by the time you get 65, 70, them new scientists was like, yo, your whole life you be wrong. You was just wrong. And the scientists can just say, a good scientist will look at the research and say, you know what, he was right. But a stubborn, crazy ass scientist is going to end up being relegated to being a nut, going to say, no. So then I just don't feel like letting a whole lot of, like, I don't want the next generation to let us off the hook. I want them to keep pushing forward. I don't need to pass. Just make sure it's right when I can, because I can read and follow and it makes sense. I'm saying, man, you got me right there. Don't appease me because who I am. So I don't think, like Egypt being the black land, like we know where Diop's got it from. He actually got it from a European. It's actually in that document of the people in Africa and the decipherment of the Meretic script. We know exactly where he got that from. It wasn't his research at all. So we're not even correcting Diop's. We're actually correcting the European that got that wrong.
But it is
so
the
maybe
black
I'm just
land.
a petty guy.
No, it is the black land, but it took somebody who was in blackology to equate that to the people. Straight up.
Yeah.
It does say the black land, but they talk
What does it say, Wu?
the fertile
What is
soil.
Wu's fertile soil? Fertile soil, right?
Well, I don't, again, in some instances, it looks like they are. Geologically, it looks like they are, because the only difference between Nubians and Egyptians is the fact that Egyptians live on a limestone floodplain. And so it will allow the river to stretch out. And when the river stretches out, it floods some areas and turn the dirt fertile.
See, here I'm telling you, the overarching simplest way is that Kemet means the riparian land, the riparian zone.
Explain that.
And that's all that
Explain
it
that,
means.
Wu-Jah. Explain that, Wu-Jah.
Here's the best.
And let me put that with Smash, and then we can get it popping.
Now here's the here's the not, I didn't even say compromise. Here's the what do you call it, the middle piece for this. So the blackness part comes from wetness. And so here's the thing, anybody could do this. Take any color shirt you got out your closet and look at the color and then dip it in water. Whatever color that shirt is, when it's wet, it gets darker. When as it dries back out, it gets lighter. So wetness is metaphorically connected to darkness. So Kemet being the riparian zone, people could look up that word, riparian zone. It means land that it has access to water. And so when the Nile floods, it leaves behind wetness and it becomes fertile and it's dark. And so the two run together where you have wetness and darkness. Dryness, the word desheret, dry, comes from being airy and lighter. So because it comes from desher, actually happens to be the same root as shu, which is air, dry air, that. So the dry desert part versus the wet part. So it's a dichotomy between dryness and wetness, not colors of black and red. Those are metaphorically applied. Just like blue is metaphorically applied to mean expansiveness. That's why Amun and certain deities are colored blue. So these colors have a metaphoric meaning, application. It's not literal. So it's not black versus red. It's wet versus dry. Those people who wanted to live in a river culture, we say Nile Valley. What is the Nile? The Nile is a river. It's actually Happy Iteru. So the Happy Iteru is the lifeline for the culture. So the culture and the people named it after that lifeline, which was water. The Nile was everything to the people. And so they named the country the riparian zone, which is a country that has access to water, permanent access on a seasonal basis. That's it. And so you got certain parts that were more plentiful. That's why they irrigation channels and stuff like that. So look, hold on. I'm sorry. Wait. 1 second. I'm two more things. Ta Mehu. The word Mehu, we showed the map earlier, or Jonathan showed the map
bring
earlier.
it back up.
Ta Mehu. The word Mehu means to be submerged, below, down. It's the same word for feet because your feet are on the lower part of your body. So Mehu, and there's a crocodile deity called Mehu because crocodiles stay up under the water. So Ta Mehu is the region that is submerged. And Ta Shemau, the word Shemau means narrowness. So the Mehu is the valley, flat plain, and the Shemau is the narrowness of the valley. So you have Ta Shemau and Ta Mehu come together, and both of those areas had access to water. One had more than the other, but one was a narrow strip, and so that's why they refer to the land as a riparian zone, because everybody lived. When you pull up the map, all the cities are near the Nile. They're not out there in the desert. They're all near the Nile. They're all where everybody lived. They live where they had access to water. That's it.
See that right there.
Can't get around that.
The
All
greenness.
right, so let me.
Go ahead.
All right, so tell me where I'm making a mistake at. Where I'm making a mistake at. All right, and so when something floods, they call it a floodplain. Am I correct? It's a floodplain.
And he got the map up there too.
Okay.
The green, all that's green on that map is the access to water.
All right. So you do know when it floods, all the thick soot that's at the bottom of the river, right, actually comes up on land, and a lot of nutrients is actually in the soot, which actually helps the plant grow. Wouldn't this be a little bit darker than the soil is already there, regardless if it was wet or not? That soot. So you basically saying that actually has nothing to do with it. It's just the fact that water makes soil darker. How about the soot that's coming out the water? It will make it dark. And the nutrients.
but you gotta understand that when, because the river is moving, and so as the river moves, it's moving that soot, so the water appears dark. And so when the water recedes and the flooding part of it, the season is over, and then it starts to recede back, the dark water leaves the dark soil, so it's still wet. If the wetness never happened, the soil would not be like that. The water's no, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing. I'm saying, but the core of it all is wetness, water.
Not the blackness of the soot that's gathered at the bottom of the river.
That's a side effect of it. It's the causal agent is the water. Without that water, that blackness would never have happened.
Would you say, Smash? Where you at?
He was showing the map.
Oh, he's showing. I can't even see the damn. Why can't I see the map? You can see the map?
Yeah, he was showing it.
Oh, I don't think I see his face. He on damn mute. Wow. Okay, yeah, well.
He's on mute.
Oh, all right. So yeah, but as long as anybody trying to say black people, which is the most crazy. Once I understood what a place name was, I just felt like the black people was just so crazy in the midst of a whole bunch of people. This is crazy to me.
Yeah, and see, when people bring up Diop, what we have to understand is Diop was using the European scholars' logic against them. So it was a strategy that Diop was used. It's just a general common strategy. So you're saying, okay, by your logic, then this. So that's what he was doing. And so their logic was that the word Kemet means the land of the black, or the black land, because of the 049 determinative glyph for occupied territory. So they're saying, okay, Kim means black, and then the determinative is for the city or dwelling place or whatever the case is. So then you mean
crosswords, right?
Crossroads. Yeah. So you're saying the black land. Okay, the black land. So Diop was saying, okay, since you all say that, then what about this word Kemet? So Diop used a completely different word Kemet with a man and woman determinative. So he's saying, okay, if you're gonna apply Kim to the 049 determinative and say black land, then for this word you got to say black people. And so that's the birth of that logic. right there. So
What's the
that's
matter
what
with that
Diop did.
logic? What's the matter
So
with that logic?
Diop was saying if, like, since you have that logic, then you gotta agree with this. And so here we come now and say, nah, that the original was wrong, therefore Diop is wrong. Because Diop was using the logic of the scholars. We're saying they're wrong.
Faulty premise. So he started off with a faulty premise, basically.
Right.
Never acquiesced to a faulty premise.
Yep. And I mean, the simplest thing, like I said at the beginning of that whole argument, 4 years ago now, I said, listen, toponym is a place name. Nowhere ever in history does a toponym ever refer to people. Ever.
In the mind of the pseudo, it resides.
Somebody's asking the simple question they pretty could have answered by themselves, but so was he wrong is the question.
Well, who? Diop?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was wrong. He was wrong.
Yeah, on that he was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. But what's wrong with this? See, that's the thing I'm saying. Like, what's wrong with Diaz being wrong? What's wrong with Dr. Ben being like we're human beings? Like, what's wrong?
But
like,
we got
your argument. Hold on, I'll tell you an argument we haven't played up. But go ahead, Wuja. I'm gonna let you say that, and then I'm gonna go to my point because I know you're gonna stay right in there. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say, see, people want this is what I don't like either. People want us to say that Diop was wrong, and then take that statement and weaponize it. But we got to give it context. Diop was wrong, yes, but the reason why he was wrong was because of a very general and normal logic thing. He was using the logic of European scholars against them. He was saying, if you say Kemet with the 049 glyph, the Kim in that word is black, then the 049 glyph means land. You're saying that means black land. Then what about this one? I'm gonna show you one where you got man and woman determinative, and you got to keep up that same logic, black people. So Diop was using the logic against them to make his assertion or whatever the case is. And because the scholars he was basing it off of were wrong, he's going to be wrong, because a premise, if you have a faulty premise, you're going to always reach a faulty conclusion. That's just what it is. So that's it. So yes, Diop was wrong. The scholars were wrong. So that's about. I'm sure if Diop was with us right now, Diop would no longer be wrong.
No, I don't think he would either. I think given the amount of tools and stuff we got based off of genetics and all that. Because remember, he was the first one to say, well, the first Homo sapiens that you would quote unquote consider to be black resided on the Nile. And I remember reading that thing. There were scholars actually arguing and saying he couldn't prove that. Yeah, he was actually arguing that. So let me kind of move a little bit. So what was the battle conversation that you and Smash had over Nubia? No. Did that ever get settled?
Yeah, we did that night. But I'll let him talk about it. Go ahead.
I felt you got smashed up on that. You and he beat up you. I feel like he beat you on the sob on that guy. I thought that was one of the greatest conversations in the community. I think it's still that.
It really.
Go ahead.
It really wasn't. No, it wasn't. I don't think anybody got smashed up on that.
I think we came to conclusions that all hold valid to this day.
Huh. Yeah. Listen,
let me hear both sides. Let me hear it.
Listen,
I think people missed that years ago.
We end up saying the same thing. We just arrived at saying the same thing in a different way, because it was pretty much, we almost kind of paraphrased it earlier.
Yeah. My argument was that the term Nubia had etymological roots that led back to Nup, gold. Ujahu really wasn't arguing that. His argument was that us using the term Nubia does us more detriment than it does us good. And we kind of both arrived at the same conclusions. I don't know if I framed that correctly, Ujahu.
Yeah. So okay. All right. To sum it up, what I always have said was that when people say Nubians, Who they're talking about are people south of Egypt, right? We all can agree with that, right? Okay, so that's what the intent is. But when we talk about Nubia, when we dig into it, the original Nubia was actually in Egypt.
Yeah.
Because you have Ombos and Kom Ombo as they're known today, or Nakata and Kom Ombo as they're known today. Both of these places are still within the Egyptian borders to this very day. So when we say Nubia, we're trying to talk about people who live south of Egypt, but when we dig into the records, we're going to get confused because it's going to identify people that are within Egypt's borders in a place called Nubit or Nebit. Both of those cities were called gold towns. That's where they got the gold within Egypt. So really, the people south that we're calling Nubians, we're trying to identify, those are really the Nahesiu. And the Nahesiu was a umbrella term for the Magi. It was for the Wawatian or Wawatiu, the Eremiu, which are the Aram people. All these people were Nahesiu people, but they were distinct. And so you got the Wawat and all those other people that are there. So once we use these terms, that's why I say I use the terms and everything's clear. But I know that a lot of people don't know them. So when they say Nubians and stuff, it's all good until we got to start pinpointing these things. Then I gotta switch it up.
Interesting.
So, but the word Nubia itself, it actually is it's a little challenge there too because of the history of the Noba people that were in conflict with the other their neighboring people who tried to subdue them and enslave them. And so it became synonymous with the word slave. If you look at that history of the Nuba or Naba people that are in Sudan right now today.
Interesting. Nuba. So these are tribes. These are tribes. Would you consider them Egyptian tribes?
No, not the Nahesiu. They're not Egyptians.
But they tribes that live inside of Egypt and been living there forever.
Nah, don't be confused on what he's saying. He said Taseti and Nubet are in the borders of Egypt now because they have been engulfed. You know how the borders go up and down throughout the history of Kemet? And I think I'm saying it how I understand it, not just how Ojahu said it, but basically it was when Taseti was before Egypt. It just turned out to be the first nome of Egypt. And now that Egypt survives and Ta-Nehesi doesn't, it still survives as a nome of Egypt.
Run that again. Say that again. Ta-Seti was before. Say that again.
So was here before Egypt.
Okay, explain that.
When Egypt was an emerging state, Ta-Seti had rulers. And it was established. And we know this because it turns out to be the first nome of Egypt. Meaning a nome is a district or a city. So if this was the first nome or district of Egypt, and it's safe to say that, I don't think I need to explain more than that. It was there before Egypt was there. Egypt was trying to form, and then now that Egypt is a really big thing, Ta-Seti is its first nome. So basically, just like in the Hittite Empire, before they had the Hittite Empire, they had the Kedah people of Hattusha. They built right on top of Hattusha and got the Hittite Empire. Now all we know is the Hittite Empire. Just like now all we know is Egypt, and Ta-Seti is just the first city or nome. I don't want to say city.
So when we say Ta-Seti, are we talking about Nubia?
It depends on what time period you're talking about. So if you say Ta-Seti and you're talking about pre-dynastic times, then yes, you're talking about a city inside of Ta-Nehisi. You feel me? But that land got taken by Egyptians, and then it was in the border of Egypt, and the borders of Ta-Nehisi got pushed further south. You feel below the first cataract. So now they say Nubia was or Ta-Nehisi was between the first and second cataract, but we clearly know that Ta-Seti was in Ta-Nehisi because it was the first town of Kemet before Kemet was established. You see what I'm saying? And if you look at the map, I know you in a car, but I'm putting the map up for people to see how low. Again, we showed it earlier. But how low into the actual, how far south it is. Hold on just 1 second.
Yeah, that's deep. I can see the map.
You see Combe Ombo, you see the number 1 next to it?
Yeah, would y'all put that map? That's you, Woo?
No, that's me putting up that map. But it's way down here. So nobody couldn't have came in through this and came all the way down here and started their first city. They would have started at least some. They would have had to have set up before then. But I'm going off on a tangent right now. But yeah.
No, you're not.
So wait.
It's kind of in the middle now. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know if you can see. Can you see what I'm showing?
I got it.
Yeah, I see it.
I'm gonna make it so everybody
that.
else can. Hold on. You see it, but everybody else can't. Just 1 second. I have to share the Zoom somehow. Wait, I was sharing the Zoom, then I put the screen up.
Because most people leave out
Nakata
1, Nakata 2.
Here we are. Share it now. They should be able to see it.
You got that arrow right there, right, Woo? That's the arrow right there, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, I think. All right, you probably had to. You know how in Zoom you could spotlight me.
Oh, so how do I do that?
If you now hover over me, and then on the 3 dots, just
spotlight for everyone. I got it.
Okay. Yep. And then take it off. Remember, take it off when I'm done. All right. So I'm just gonna show this. So here's the thing. Now this region that I blew up on the right, like this on the left is the whole map of Egypt. Right. It's pretty much unnamed. You see the Egyptian border right here, which is generally at the first cataract in Aswan. That's where the dam is today, right? What they call Nubia is really a pseudo region, just like Middle East. The Middle East is not a country; it's a region. It's a name of a region. So Nubia is a name of a region that has within it parts of Egypt today and parts of northern Sudan today. So it's almost like Mexico and Texas if you take away the border. Like if Mexico is a country and Texas is a state within the United States. But if I just call that the Central American region, then I'm going to include Texas and Mexico right there within my definition of that region. So Nubia is a redefined region that has part of Egypt in it and part of Sudan in it today, to this very day. Like if you go over there right now, they'll tell you northern Sudan is Nubia and southern Egypt is Nubia. All right, because Nubians live on both sides of the cataract or the border. All right, so but what I want to point out though is that Nakata. Well, I don't have the other. Do I have it up here? But what I want to point out was that Nakata and Kom Ombo, which is right around here,
next to Aswan, basically.
Yeah, it's down here. It's not labeled, but it's down here. These are the 2 places that we would today call Nubia. Like we would call this place Nubia. We would call this place Nubia. The two gold towns, and so ancient Nubians are actually Egyptians because they are within the Egyptian border, and they always been there. So
I've been saying that, yo. You know how long I've been trying to say that.
But here's the trick. When people say Nubia, they're not talking about these 2 places. They're talking about everything down here. So they're really talking about the Nehisi or Ta-Nehisi, which is a whole region. And see, that's how the Egyptians did regions. You put the word Ta in front. So Ta-Nehisi means region of Nehisi. Tashma was the region of Shemau, etc. Talmeri, the region of the farming land, the whole whatever. So
So go up. That's what cataract is that? Go up. What cataract? What's that?
this
The
the
ho-
first.
they go
That's the first,
down.
right?
So if that's the first one, they go down. You feel me?
Yeah, this the
Yeah,
second cataract.
second. That's the second. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then the third and fourth. Like if I point over here, it's probably smaller, but it's the first,
Yeah, I got
second,
it.
third,
Mm.
and we showed all the way to the fifth, which is Meroe or Meroe, and then down to Khartoum.
Mm.
But my point though is on the thing about Nubia. This is why we gotta be straight. We gotta clarify it whenever we talk about it. Like if it's talked about in passing, then fine. And, don't have to get into it. But when people drill down, we gotta be clear on who we're talking about, because we're not talking about the Egyptians. When people say Nubians, they're talking about the Nehisiu, were people that were outside of Egypt down here, and they were distinct. And the Egyptians always made them distinct. And so I don't remember Smash. You remember we had pulled this up. This is like notes from years ago. Like we have the word Nahis, and they translate it as Negro land. This is coming out of Budge Beginner's book. Negro land, and we know Negro means black. So they were saying black land. And so here's the argument that I was saying logically. I'm saying, listen, if people are going to say Kemet means black land, then all the scholars are saying that Nahis means black land, so they should be calling this Kemet, because they literally translate it as black land, Negro land. So, but they say the Negro land, and then they say the Nahisiu, the people are called Negroes, blacks. So, check this out. What blackologists are doing today is what the scholars did, but to the region south of Egypt. They're naming the people blacks, and they're naming the land black land. But it's Nahisi and Nahisiu for the people. They say Negroes, Negro land. So we could see that it was used for Negro. Now let's go to this footnote right here. So we could see this is coming from you can see the reference at the bottom. But to quickly, this place Wawet, we see Wawat Ni Nahisi, which means the Wawet of the Nahisiu area. This is a region. But they translate it as Negro land. Negro land. But this is an area of this, a small portion of this area. And we go further. Now we looked at this. Wait a minute, where is it at? Right here. So we have the Jam.
Oh, okay. So let me stop. Because when I read that the other day, for some reason I seen the M and then the DJ, and I thought they were spelling the Magi right there. That's not the Magi.
Nah, this the Jew. This the Jam.
Oh, okay.
Jam.
Well, read it so I can see. Yeah, let me see.
Okay, so this is in. So it's text above it, but it's only clipped right here. So it's within. So the people within Jam, which is
Jam.
Nahisi.
DJ
Right.
M.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's DJ AM. Yep, Jam.
Yeah. So I seen that DJ and I thought that Al was. Yeah, I was puzzled. Keep going though.
So this is Jam Nahisiu. So this is a area in this region. Then you have the Then you have the Imam. Here you have the Imam of Nahisi. So this is another area. So we got two distinct people. We got the Jam people, we got the Imam people of the same area. Then we got another one, Wawat. See, Wawat of Nahisi. So we got Wawat. We got three distinct people. We got another one, the Kau of Nahisi. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 distinct tribes or groups of people in this region. Then you have the Cheme or the Chamam, which is not Nahisi. You don't see that same thing there.
Nah,
So
I
that's
gotta go back. I think I'm right about the first one. I know I could be wrong, but I definitely think I'm right about that first one. I think that
Which one?
MDJ. I think that's MDJ for Mija. MDJ was one of the. I know he visited Mija. I know that for fact. And I thought from my old research we found it on here But that's not. I mean, that's the type of stuff we do at another time. But I do think that first one is Mijah for Magi. I could be wrong though. For the land of the Magi, MDJ, and what would that last owl be?
Right, that's what I'm saying. You would have to account for the owl.
Yeah,
It's not Majam, but
Yeah.
it's Mjam. It's Mjam. It's like how like look at the pattern. So we have M.
Yeah,
we
they
have
got M in front of every one. I see.
Yeah. So it's within the area because in the inscriptions of Una, which is the where this is coming from, Winnie really, it's talking about people within this area, within this area, within this area.
All right. Let me
Yeah.
see.
So this one is within that. There, the Magi is mentioned, but it's just not on my screen. It's not
Oh,
on.
okay. That might
on this
be
point.
where I made my mistake.
Yeah, that's why I was looking at the other one. I don't see it here, but if I had the arrow, where my arrow at? If I had the arrow right here, you see this is
Nahas.
Nahisi. Yeah. So Nebet ni Nahisi, which means all of Nahisi. And what's this right here?
I don't know. I mean, I know how to read it, but Kush.
Yeah, there
But
you go.
I was just I just do. I thought I don't know Kush. So he got all of Nubian Kush.
Yeah. So all of Nahisi and Kush. That's what I'm saying. So we know where this is at. This is not this is outside of Egypt. This can't be confused with Egypt. But people are confusing this with the Egyptians. And they're not.
Yeah.
They're not Egyptians. They never were.
Yeah,
Not these folks.
And just to add, he was rounding these people up to defend an area he couldn't defend by itself. So that also shows a good relationship between the two states at that time.
Yeah. Yep.
Sheffrin, what's up? I see you. We want to give you your proper introduction. You know what I'm saying? Where you at?
I'm right here. I'm enjoying the build. I agree with mostly everything that's been said, though.
Okay,
And
but you gonna bring up that one thing you don't agree with after you finish this presentation.
No. I mean, where y'all at? You know, I pretty much, you know what I mean? Y'all sound on point.
I appreciate that. So keep on going, Ujahu.
Oh, no, I was just.
Whoa. Let me stir the pot.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, real fast. So this is a fact right here that there is a time period before the place is called Egypt, before it's called actually Nubia, that you get these tribes that was in the Sahara that started to migrate to the Middle Nile. Some of the oldest anthropological sites you find in the Middle Nile. At this time, these people have certain wares in the Middle Nile, but it's not called Egypt yet. It's not called Nubia yet. I'm not even sure if they have the names of these distinct tribes of people. So that they're become, and so we talk about Nakata 1, Nakata 2. We talk about the period before that. All of a sudden, you start to see these city-states start to rise up, being fueled by these cultures in the South. Am I wrong or right about that? Because you can look at the pottery. We know that farming comes out. You got farming in the Middle Nile. It goes back like maybe 15,000 years ago. You got farming in the Green Sahara. We know that. And they bring all this stuff based off of the desertification to the Middle Nile, and it spreads in both directions. Marking time at Nakata, what's it called? Napata Playa, where they develop a system of those stone clocks. And this is where the Egyptians start to realize how to figure out the annual floods based off of telling time. So you got pottery, you got telling time, you got agriculture, right? Then you get the war. Let's talk about the war, okay? Unification war. So when people make the mistake and act like the culture actually came from the Mediterranean, the reality of the situation is the culture actually bleeds from the Sahara, first, second cataract, and ends up later on in time being what you would later on call Egypt, Nubian, and all that. Am I wrong with that, Wuja?
Yeah, I just didn't. No, you're right. But the thing is that Egypt, we can't say Egypt until Egypt exists as a culture. So what you're talking about prior to that, right?
I'm talking about prior to that, because Egypt is not even the first name. Not, what they say,
Well,
Tamaric? No.
no, I
Now, go
mean,
ahead.
but yeah, like regardless of the name, what it is a result of it being a culture. And so at the time period you're talking about, it didn't exist yet, right?
Correct. Nope, didn't
Nakata.
exist yet. But yeah, but the cultural things, you find in the Sahara, certain deities you find in the Western deserts. You find the elephants, and you find different things that will later on become Mother Hawthorne, the pottery, all this stuff. It's not called Egypt. It's not the Egyptians. It's not the Nubians. But these people who clearly they got dark. They got, watch this, shown on rock art. They show different complexions. They even show an Indo-European stock. They show what we would call people that live closer to the equator, certain colors, right? They're gonna be darker than the darkest people on Earth. Whether you can go to Mesoamerica, these people can be dark. Okay, they show these brown people. They show these light brown people. They even show these people with blonde hair. And I'm saying people come out of Sahara based off desertification. They end up in the middle Nile, okay? And they start to form cultures going towards the Delta and going, what you would call Khartoum, all right? You got people in Khartoum that never even left because that never was desertified. They never left. So it was always a working culture in what we would call the Nile Valley. And when all these people come back in, they show you got wars in the middle now. Some of the oldest wars is fought there, but it still ain't called Egypt yet. So my point is these cultural expressions are African cultural expressions that's coming out of Sahara, okay? That's been on the Nile. I said Dana Cartouche ain't left, right? That would later on become what you're calling Egypt, or the upper and lower Egypt. You're right. It still ain't called Egypt yet. So when does it actually be considered to be called not Egypt? What's the name? They call it what? Kemet. What's the time period when they call it Kemet?
That's a good question.
Uh,
Go ahead, Jahu.
Well, they didn't call the country Kemet until the 11th dynasty forward.
That's incredible.
So what was it called before then? Mary, correct?
It was called Tawi.
Taui. Oh, for the two lands.
Yeah, Tawi
So-
and Canoe, which means the residence. They just called it home.
So then, where was Mary at this time? I'm just asking for the people. I kind of know, but people know about these terms. They want to know, how does Mary and Netcher tie into this?
Well, Mary came into prominence along with the word Kemet, and it was to show the agricultural lifestyle of the people in farming. So the land of the hoe, people say that the beloved land, but Mer, the word Mer or Mer, also means the hoe is the instrument of farming. And so and Seti or Set is a word that comes from to pierce or to poke at something, and that's what the arrow and bow and arrow did. So you have the represented the two type of lifestyles of hunting using bows and arrows versus farming. So Ta Seti versus Ta Meri, that goes back to those. But then you had Ta Shemau and Ta Mehu, which was the lower land and the narrow part. And then you have Kemet and Desheret, which is the wetness and the dryness. So these are all words that kind of point out certain elements of their surroundings. So they call the whole place Khenu, which means homeland or residence. It means the residence, but it's the same way we saying home. Like I'm going back home, you know. So the homeland or Tawi, which was a unification of these two big old regions, and I'm gonna tell you, the regions were so different, that they never really got rid of the two distinctions, because you have Mehu Ta Mehu was different than Ta Shemau, or Upper Kemet was different than Lower Kemet. That's how they saw it, because they called it the unification of the two. Well, why didn't they just call it something? They always unified two things as opposed to just making them one and erasing the two distinctions. They always kept those two distinctions because it was big difference. The swampy flat plain look totally different than the narrow valley part. So even these blackologists that say Nile Valley civilization, they're wrong. They're supposed to say the Nile Valley and Delta civilization because you're staying true to what the Egyptians did. They dualized it. They said the two regions. And so people say Nile Valley culture. No, it's the Nile Valley and Delta culture. We got to say two because it's two totally different things. The valleys, which is skinny part, and then the Delta.
Did you hear my question, Wu? Did you hear my question, Wu?
Yeah, about the
two distinct dialects. They spoke two distinct dialects, two separate lands to the point where they fought a damn war.
Who did?
I don't. The unification war was a war.
Oh, you talking about the upper and lower?
Yeah. So we act like it was just one. It wasn't. It was two distinct places speaking distinct dialects
of the same language, though. So people should be clear. Correct. They just twisted. Okay. They said the language different. You know what I mean? Like a dialect is still in the same language. You just pronounce it so much to where we can't really understand y'all. You feel me?
Right. Oh, speaking of that, let me show you something. Can y'all see my screen still?
Yeah, we still watching your screen. It's a map. I just left it up there.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, let me switch back to this. Okay. So I want y'all to see something. Speaking of language, right? Here's a primary source where the Egyptians are teaching their southern neighbors the Egyptian language. All right. So this is in the 18th dynasty, in instructions of Ani. And so I'm just gonna read the English part because I don't want this to be a language lesson. Yeah. So it says one teaches the Nehisiu. And I'm gonna point out the words though. It says one teaches the Nehisiu, which is here. You see the word Nehisiu right here. Starts there. One teaches the Nehisiu. What? The Medut, which are words of the Remage Ni Kemet. So the Egyptians are teaching the Nehisiu people that are in that region the Egyptian language. So if they were the same people, they wouldn't have to do this, number one. And two, they always kept themselves separate from the Nehisiu in terms of their identity. And that's what we got to do today. So that's what I mean by people mixing when we use the word Nubian so loosely like that, we're blurring the lines that the Egyptians never did.
All right. I got a question.
Hey, let me tell you,
wait, real quick. In relevant to what in reference to what Ankh just said or asked, or basically, were you saying the two upper and lower Egypt had two different dialects, or Egypt and Nubia?
No, I was
upper and lower.
What was you saying, Ujahu?
Yeah, I don't want to confuse it. What Unc is talking about is upper and lower Egyptians. At certain points in time, they couldn't understand each other, so it was two dialects of the same language, but it became when it was basically unintelligible.
It's like trying to listen to a Jamaican speak patois. That's still English, ain't it?
Well, it's still in the same. It's in the same language. No, it's in the same language family, but it became distinct enough to where they could not understand each other, and they had issues over that. So
but they understand.
Kind of like the same thing.
Yeah, the Jamaican understand. They actually go to British schools, so they understand both. But their accent is so thick, you know what I mean, that like we really can't understand them. But they read the same language as us. Like, so if you give them a book, they'll read it the same way that you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well,
go ahead, John.
No, what I'm saying is that it was the upper and lower Kemet had two different languages that seeded those areas, and at a certain point they became unintelligible to each other, and we see this scholars see this today. They refer to it as Old Egyptian and then Late Egyptian in terms of discussing the language, but they don't know They're trying to figure out why is that, and it's because at all times, Ta Mehu was seen as a distinct region from Ta Shemau. We say Upper and Lower Egypt. So they spoke the same national language, but within their dialect, they became they weren't mutually intelligible at all times, and they had problems with that. But what I'm showing on the screen now is different, so I don't want to confuse what I'm showing.
Well, that seems to be some type of anomaly that just goes with the area, because some of the succeeding languages had the same problem. If you look into how many dialects of Coptic, which they call one of the closest related languages, I think it was 3: Badarian,
Sahidic,
Sahidic,
Baharic, Sahidic.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for helping me with that. So that lets you know in different areas of Egypt, even with the successor language, or if I'm being allowed to call it that, it probably really ain't. The language that came after it, I would just say, had the same issues. And I don't know if a Sudan Arabic speaker can speak the same Arabic that they speak in Egypt either, but I do know that it might be a little bit different than the Arabic spoken in Arabia. You know what I mean? And so
it is.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Egyptian Arabic is completely different. And so these anomalies seem to happen with various language. I don't think it's just isolated to the Medu Netcher. I just wanted to point that out in that area.
But I just want to say, so what you're saying is right, but I think we're talking about two slightly different things, because there are dialects within the area, just like how you brought up Coptic. You got Baharic, Sahidic, and all of those different dialects of Coptic. But at a certain point, there was a threshold where you couldn't see it within those dialects. You could understand. You could understand, and you could see the similarities and stuff, and it was so overlapping that you could still understand. But then at certain points, it became unintelligible. And how we see that today is what scholars try to group Old and Middle Egyptian together, and then they group Late Egyptian, Demotic, and Coptic together. And the reason why they do that, because they say the language went through 5 stages, but they group 2 together and then the other 3 together. The reason why they do that and can do that is because ultimately the 2 regions were seeded by 2 languages that were distinct enough to where they were not mutually intelligible.
Word up.
That's what the record is showing.
I have to get ready to get my daughter, so I want to let everybody get a little piece in real quick before we wind down and get up out of here. I got to get them. I got an hour commute. Believe it or not, this young black man drives an hour every day. I can't take credit away from my wife either. But you feel me? I drive so far to commute to pick up them girls, and so I'm about to get that started. But I see we got Sheffer and we got Aunt. If y'all got anything y'all want to add before we get ready to get up out of here, you know what I'm saying, I would like to hear from y'all.
Give us real quick, Wu, when you say different people, what do you mean by different people? Different culture?
We say different. But who you talking about?
So you talking to you when you say they was different from the Nubians is different from the Egyptians. All right, based off what I studied, okay. The trained eye could see that they was different, but the untrained eye would swear that they was biting off the Egyptians. The trained eye will say, no, that's actually distinctly Nubian culture. They just, the way they did things was different. Instead of wearing like, say, an Egyptian amulet, they would like have an ostrich feather or something like that, right? Like, okay, like the clothes they wore was a little different. But you say different people. What do you mean by different people? Are you saying different culture? What do you mean by that statement? Because that's what me and Chef get into the argument. What do you mean?
Yeah,
that's what I'd like to hear from you.
Okay, now I'm just going to use the more proper terms, and I just want people to kind of get up on them. So the Nehisiu, which are all the people that are south of Egypt, were distinguished from the Egyptians, and they were distinguished because of culture. Culture is the king in all of this. They had a distinct culture. Now, having said that, we have to understand that all cultures that are in close proximity to each other will have overlaps. And so there's never a definitive line between neighboring cultures or neighboring people and stuff. There's always some spillage, bleed over, and blurring across those lines. Just like Texas, if you go to Texas right now and you go to northern Mexico right now, you're not gonna know that you done came into America unless you see a sign, because the how the people act, behave, and express themselves is gonna be a gradient. It's gonna be a gradual gradient. You're not gonna see a definitive, okay, you're American and you're Mexican. It never works like that. So there's gonna be some overlaps, but there are distinctions enough to say, okay, you are you and I'm me. So the Egyptians are different than the Nehisiu. Now I don't use the word Nubian because Nubia is a problem because it overlaps both places. Nubia as a region is southern Egypt and northern Sudan right now today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Accept that. Go ahead. What you at, Chef?
Oh yeah, I agree with everything Wuja just said, and you know what I mean. Well, the whole conversation. So it was a good build. You know what I mean. That's basically.
Chef. I got a quick question on the truth. When you click admit, you feel me? Something was on your mind. What was on your mind when you click let me into this? I got something to say.
Yeah. I was just, I was clicking when Wuja was pointing out, the Nahisi and saying that they were different. They were two different regions and people. Man, Unc kept arguing over that, and I was saying exactly what y'all was saying, but y'all went into more detail. So I just wanted to click in the poke fun at Unc and say, see, that's exactly what I've been saying. You beef with me when I say it, but when y'all say it, you know what I mean, you accept it.
But we gave a lot of preamble to it that showed that they one of the second people, even though they turned out to be different, they spawned from the first people. We spent the whole beginning of the show breaking that down. So, I feel you, though. I hear what you're saying,
Yeah, let me ask you, Sheffrin, did you see the beginning where Smash was showing the blacktop pottery and how it's prevalent in Kerma, and then we see it pick back up in Nakata, which is now we're in Egypt. And so if we trace out the material culture throughout the timeline, you'll see where cultural items came from the south in a northern direction. And so this is why they say the administrative body of Egypt, what later became the kingship and the whole administrative body, came from the south. But the people came from multiple areas. It was seeded by multiple people. The Green Sahara, the Mediterranean, the sub, as people like to say, sub-Sahara, all of that in a bag of chips was what populated the people. But the administrative body and that organizing movement came from the south as an upward movement.
Technology.
Now he was saying the administration. Now
the administration.
When you say the south, what south is you talking about?
Well, Kermit, he had the map up. I don't know if you had time to put the map back up.
Kermit is in Sudan. It's in the Sudan.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we talking about down by the sixth cataract down there.
So you saying the Egyptian administration comes from
it was seeded from the south. It was seeded from the south. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Because now check this out. Now here's some other supporting evidence. The Egyptians called their southernmost borders the head, Resi, the head, and Kinet, which is the forehead or the protruding part of your nose. So we know that and they patterned their whole civilization after the human body. We know the human body, the control center is your head. We all know that, not the feet. So they put the feet at the top and the head at the bottom because they knew that the controlling body, which we call today administrative or government and whatever, it
was
came
Nubians.
it came from that direction. No, it wasn't
So
Nubians though.
they
Like,
would
I
have
don't
to be. They would
like
have
that.
to be.
I mean,
See, that's where you people
See,
start to
now we playing games with the word.
no, it's see that's what see
on.
we about to go backwards. I just
yeah,
now said and I know Jonathan don't have time, but I just said
If they
that
came from Kerma, they was new. They were Sudanese. Then
no,
can we
see,
say
you went further down into the Sudan by going all the way to Kerma. That's like third, fourth cataract. But
no? Wujah said that.
no, what I said is the pottery. Okay, I said
He
that
said the
earlier.
pottery, yeah.
He showed the pottery coming from Kerma pottery, the Kerma blacktop pottery, right? And I said we find it
That's technology. That's
coming down. Yep, it's coming downstream to Nakada
Okay.
and feeding Nakada. Nakada is the word anciently known as Nubit or Nebut, which is Gold Town. That's where you get that version of the word Nubia from. So the original Nubians are Egyptians. It's not different. So when you were saying, I was saying that the administrative body, the organizing aspect of Egypt was seeded from the south. It's a south north movement on how everything started organizing. Jonathan pointed out that Ta Seti as a nome or a sapat is the first sapat of Tashamau or Upper Egypt. Right there on the screen right now. Look at number 1 where it says Kom Ombo. Guess what Kom Ombo was known as? Nebit, which is the word for gold. So people call it Nubia, but it's not. It's in Egypt. It's in Egypt. It's been in Egypt, and it's always going to be in Egypt. Ain't nobody going to be able to move that.
I just want to throw this one little idea out. And I said it earlier, real fast for everybody listening. Napata player, look it up.
All right,
Nab
to Playa. I just want to correct that for you.
My fault, Nabta Playa. I'm gonna get that right. I've been
Hey,
saying
you
that wrong
got that on the map.
Just
You
think
had-
NABTA, NABTA. Yeah.
Nabta.
Hey,
Like
that was on the map too.
Nabta Playa. All right, so this is known at 6,000
I thought.
years ago. Okay,
Hold on,
this place
John,
had
I'm
a
sorry,
higher technology. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, just real quick, John, he had it on the map. He took it off now. You were just now talking about it. He was scrolling right there to it.
It is around here somewhere.
Just to show the proximity.
Where is it at? Do you see it?
Yeah, go down.
I know.
Not right there, right? No, go down.
I think you seeing a delay. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm probably seeing it.
And so
now go to the left. Go to the left.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah. All right. I'm sorry. I see it right there. Nabta Playa.
Yep.
All right. It's
There
gonna
it
pop back. Right. It's to the left of Abu Simbel.
Yep. And everybody knows where Abu Simbel is.
So hold on. So Nabta Playa got this big ass structure that look like a cow, right? And so the cow coat comes from that, the coat of the cow, which would later on be Mother Hathor. Watch this. Technology is greater than what they got up north at this time period. That's a fact. No Egyptologists will lie. These people were semi-nomadic. They was marking time, which the Egyptians would later on mark to be able to plant their crops. Okay, they was not only marking time, they had storage bins for crops that they had. Okay, so they had crops, they had yields, they was picking particular seeds to plant them. Although they had crops for the majority were growing on their own, these people had storage bins. So I want to let you know that the pottery and the storage bins is like a jet being introduced into the ecology. Okay, so when the inventors of the plane, the Wright brothers, when they came with that first manned flight, okay, for 7 minutes, 12 feet high for 7 minutes, it changed planet Earth. So when they came with the pottery and the storage bins, it changed planet Earth. So nobody can argue about where this early Egyptian culture came from. There's no dispute, there's no debate. It'll be detailed in my book. I just wanted to throw it out there, yo. So this is for the white boys who want to step up and play that word that I hate. the Mediterranean culture. That's the kind of game I want to play these days. I want to do that. Simple as that. So I'm done.
And I just want to say, y'all know, people got to start bypassing these surface type arguments. Not in this conversation. I'm saying just in general, because there's a lot of jewels that can come out of Egypt if you just actually start studying the culture and stuff, like with these kings and what they did and stuff, like Seti the First or Amenhotep the Third. Like, look into that. Amenhotep the Third, like what he did and what he had to accomplish, and Mentuhotep the First and Second, like what they had to do and stuff. Like, man, like coming out of a famine and then bringing things back to glory and then taking over territory. Like Amenhotep the Third was, and then Ramses. I mean, everybody knows Ramses though, but Amenhotep the Third did his thing.
Yeah, I know.
And then
they
it had
were some big
Shepsut.
bosses. They had to do a lot of things. And I really wanted to come in when you said look at some of the things that these people have done, because we're so big on knowing their names and memorizing the pharaohs list and doing all this stuff, but then you don't really know the cultural contributions some of these people have made, and they're significant. One other thing I want to add, we got a few minutes, but I got to be gone by 4 my time, basically, to get out there in an hour. So we got a few more minutes, but I don't know. It seemed like there was a lot of focus tonight on the difference between Egyptians and Nubians, even though we were trying to show some cohesiveness. It seems like all the questions were to pry them back apart, or so to speak, or maybe not. That just might be a feeling that I'm getting. But in closing to what I want to say, I just wanted to point out one thing. When we're talking about these almost prehistoric, let's say.
That's good.
No, it's not prehistoric. It is prehistoric, but it's the old pre-dynastic. That's what I was trying to say. When we're talking about, that's prehistoric too. But when we're talking about these pre-dynastic migrations, we can't equate them to a modern day migration when civilization is set up. We're talking about migrating primarily through bush and stuff. I don't really know the terrain, but I'm saying we have to think about migrations that took hundreds of years to produce. Not like, oh, they got up in one lifetime. They just walked 1,000 miles up the river and set up a new civilization. You might think that an area of population might get too crowded, and just how we was talking about how they broke off at whatever number, 150, we was talking about that on the pseudo killers, or y'all was, and I was listening. How they, the big man break off and then they go do something new. Well, we should look at the migrations like they possibly took place like that. We don't have to look like a trail of tears or like an exodus or in the ways that our brain has been programmed to accept these migrations. It could be like they set up a little bit further down the river, ran out of space, set up further up downstream until they got into the areas of Kemet over hundreds of years. And I just wanted to put that out there. It always seemed like when we talking about these migrations, people have them in a lifetime's time frame. You know what I mean?
Wait, watch this. Wu Jia said a point. Hold on, Wu, and I'm gonna let you go. I promise you. I don't want to forget it. You made a point. The Magi made a point about where the first city was. You made a point on where the head was. Has anybody ever pondered, right? How in the hell could Pianki and them, conquer Egypt and administrate it with all the business ties, trade relations? How could they do it? So you got the Gauls during the Roman time period that ransacked the Roman, that ransacked Rome, these Gauls. The empire fell because they couldn't administrate it. So how is it that these people from the southern region, how are they able to administrate it with no problem? That's a question that we all should tackle.
Because they wasn't
illiterate. They just do it?
Say it again.
They was not illiterate.
No, what Uncle was saying, You were saying not
He
literate.
was saying how could they administrate it, but he juxtaposed it to the Gauls ransacking the Roman Empire. The Gauls came in, they was illiterate. The people that came from the south that conquered Egypt, they wasn't a illiterate people.
I think Smash got to mute his mic or something. I don't know. I hear Smash. Don't he talking business, family business. Yeah. So what I was So. But
Uncle's alluding to they was the same people.
No, I'm not. I'm alluding to they understood Egyptian culture to the point where they understood they trading partners, because the Nubians, contrary to belief, had Mediterranean trading partners that didn't have to go through Egypt. But you keep saying it. But I'm gonna make sure I bring it on my book with verification.
But we already established that they were two different people, though. So whether they
say two different people, we talking about two different cultures. We talking about two different cultures.
The empire is not the issue.
Well, okay,
that's the issue for me. How could they run an Egyptian empire?
Because they incorporated into their empire.
Okay, but see, we gotta understand. We have to know what makes a people though, and so you know, when you say the same people or when you say different people, what is that demarcation requirement? And so what I'm saying, culture is it. Culture is king. Culture is king. So Egyptian.
I can tell you what Chef is. He's saying they North Africans, and these niggas is Sub-Saharan African.
I didn't say.
And they two different. That's what he means.
I didn't say that the Nubians
ain't that what you mean, Chef?
Sub-Saharan African.
So what do you mean by
different? Not Sub-Saharan African, but they not Egyptians.
Who?
The 25th dynasty, pharaohs. They wasn't Egyptians.
Wait. Hold up. Wait, see, that's what I'm saying. We gotta be careful because.
But y'all already said that though, Wuja.
No, we didn't say that. We said the Nehisiu. No, listen, I'm gonna break it down very simple. It's not rocket science. Trust me. I don't know why people wrestle with it.
Where was their capital at? Where did they come?
Wait. So check this out. And I'm just gonna use this quick example. President Obama is a United States president, so he's an American, but he came from, by way of his father, Kenya, and his mother somewhere else. All right, but at all times we would never say that he's Kenyan or that he's this or that. So what I'm saying is what makes a people is their culture. Like right now, I'm an American. Now my ancestry were not always American, obviously, and neither was yours and stuff. So I'm saying that to say that when people from the South came into Egypt and lock, stock, and barrel swallowed the culture, they became Egyptian. And so you have an Egyptian pharaoh at the time of the 25th dynasty. So they were Egyptian. What makes an Egyptian it's not rocket science. You shouldn't even be like, what? What makes an Egyptian is a culture. We got to get off of this social construct and deal with the culture. And earlier I said the opposite took place. You have records where people who were born and raised in Egypt, all their life called Egyptians, they leave, become prominent somewhere else outside of Egypt, and then when they want to come home to be buried at an old age back in Egypt, guess what? They were considered a foreigner. They were no longer Egyptian until they had to be re-Egyptianized. Then they became Egyptian again.
I think that's a good point you made that I got to get out on. I'd like to thank y'all for helping me hold it down today. I think I put the right title up because when they seen them glyphs, a few of y'all tapped in, so I appreciate y'all for that. Like I said, all I want to do, you know what I'm saying, is disseminate the right information. I ain't really concerned on being I want more viewers, yeah, but I ain't about to scream for no goddamn views. I'm not going to give y'all no fake theatrics, you know what I'm saying? I'm just going to, if it's boring to you, let it be boring. Go someplace else, you know what I'm saying? But it's enough people in the world who just like ourselves to build a community. So I do want to thank y'all for coming out. And then what I'm going to do to get up out of here, handle some business and hit y'all with this too.
Yeah, and I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a kufu feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah 'cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look, you showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Medu Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.